Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Ruby's Mission was eager to get out of her respective stall. She finds the front immediately out of the gate. Here's Embraceable Gal to her outside. 3 cups full from off the pace. Happy Time is eager to go from fourth. From her outside, Baby Dreams and Go Susan Go, who was forwardly positioned in her most recent race, is the last of 6. Not a lot of pace on, and the 2 sprinters on the stretch out control this off pace. Ruby's Mission and Embraceable Gal. Here's Happy Time recognizing the soft flow. She's been eager to go. And back and forth now, 3 cups full from the rail. Baby Dreams in the 5th spot. Go Susan Go reserved at the back marker. Crawling, if the board is correct, 26-1. I knew there was no pace on, but that seems a little slow. 26-1 at the 5/8. Ruby's Mission, Embraceable Gal, Happy Time forwardly positioned in the clear. Baby Dreams is 4th. 3 cups full, farther off the pace than expected. She's 6 lengths behind this off pace and nothing from Go Susan Go. 52-2. Come on. This is a pace to the liking of a heavy set announcer like myself, and it's Ruby's Mission with the lead. Embraceable Gal is 2nd. Happy Time is 3rd. They're at the 3/8 and they got to quicken from here. Here's Embraceable Gal to tackle Ruby's Mission. Happy Time comes under a drive. Nothing yet from Baby Dreams. 3 cups full, 5th from the inside. Go Susan Goes at the back. Ruby's Mission, Embraceable Gal, Happy Time. Embraceable Gal wanders just a bit. Ruby's Mission, Embraceable Gal, 1-2. Happy Time is 3rd. Embraceable Gal comes away with the lead. Ruby's Mission gives way. Happy Time's trying to launch her charge to the outside. Embraceable Gal and Happy Time. Ruby's Mission still fighting on from the inside. Embraceable Gal, Ruby's Mission's coming back. Embraceable Gal, Ruby's Mission, Embraceable Gal. Embraceable Gal in the opener from Ruby's Mission, Happy Time, and Go Susan Go. 5, that works. 1 pound over. Race 2 will commence the early pick 3. Pick 3. And there they go. Love That Bird and Seminarian are 1-2 out of the starting gate. That works. Runs with the leader line. Rory's Orchard from the far outside is 4th. Bold Force comes away in the 5th spot, and Cable Ready is the last of 6. Love That Bird has the top spot at the 7/8, flanked by Seminarian. That works is 3 deep. Bold Force strides into 4th from the rail. Right there with him, Rory's Orchard, and Cable Ready is still at the back marker. 6 lengths, covers the 6 2-year-olds. Love That Bird on the lead, still maintaining 3 parts of a length. To the outside, Seminarian, 24 3/5 the opening quarter. That works is a little more than 3 lengths off the lead near the 5/8. Better than a length to Bold Force. Another 2.5 to Rory's Orchard. A length in front of Cable Ready. Single file up the backstretch. Love That Bird now a length and a half. Seminarian still his closest pursuer. That works 3rd. Bold Force makes a move for that spot. And there's Cable Ready progressing from the back marker. Cable Ready's ready to take over 4th. And he's 6 off the lead at the 3/8. Rory's Orchard is at the back. 49 1/5. And Love That Bird has the lead, better than a length and a half to Seminary. And Cable Ready is progressing nicely to the outside, but he comes under a strong drive. Love That Bird with the advantage. Bold Force tries to slide into the scene up the inside. Love That Bird, Cable Ready. Bold Force along the inside, now going to tip into the two-path. Love That Bird's the one to beat at the 3/16, still has something left. And second is Cable Ready, along with Bold Force. Seminarian gives way. Rory's Orchard makes a move into fourth. Love That Bird strong with the lead throughout. Love That Bird in front. Cable Ready second, then Bold Force. Rory's Orchard a distant fourth. $16.87. Third race will start our pick six, a small one-day carryover, $604, $1 minimum wager. And there they go, a Fiery Heart towards the tail. Production Credit wins the start. Here's Forward Motion to engage him for the lead. Invaluable Will third. A Bowing Snowman guided to the extreme outside. And Fiery Heart is the last of the quintet. And he's a little less than 7 lengths off the duel. And there is pace on up front between Forward Motion and Production Credit. They open up nearly 4 lengths. Invaluable Will and Bowing Snowman. Another 3 to Fiery Heart, 22-1, a good opening quarter. Forward Motion and Production Credit, they slug it out with one another. Maintain that 4-length advantage to Invaluable Will. Then Bowing Snowman and Fiery Heart's now picking up his stride from the rail. He's 6 lengths off the lead. Production Credit and Forward Motion. Invaluable Will's been getting a nice trip. And Fiery Heart's trying to make up ground along the inside. He gets within 3, has all the momentum. He's in the 3-path and he's rolling home. Here he comes, fans. Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart from last to first. Production Credit puts away Forward Motion. Invaluable Will makes a move for second. Fiery Heart. It's all about him in 2023. What a racehorse. Cents, 153 trifecta, $10.90. 10-cent super, 153 to $3.85. Fourth race will. And there they go. Quick start for Sam May and Drossel Diem. Also up close is Maddie's Express. And here's Bold Lee showing expected pace in the 2-path. Massey Hall wants to be forwardly positioned along the rail. Prepare for Glory is 7 lengths off the lead, and he's almost 5 lengths or so, maybe even 6 lengths in front of Double Shot. Let's call it a baker's dozen from first to last. And Bold Lee's up to the front, pace pressure right there with him. That's Maddie's Express. Drossel Diem's also up close. In the 4th position is Massey Hall. Sam A's back to the 5th spot with 6 or 7 to find at the 3/8. Break of about 5 lengths to Double Shot, who's really picking up his stride outside of Prepare for Glory. Maddie's Express comes away with the lead. Bold Lee's back to second. Here's Drossel Diem launching his charge. Sam May starting to pick it up, and Double Shot continues to roll from the back of the pack. Here comes Double Shot. They're in the lane, and Bold Lee's in trouble this afternoon. Maddie's Express has the lead. Drossel Diem's chasing him. Also there, Sam May, and Double Shot continues to kick it in, and Massey Hall wants somewhere to go. And on the front end, Drossel Diem. Drossel Diem's going to spring this huge upset. Rafael Rohina Jr. and Drossel Diem at $15.20. 2-1-4 early pick 3, $35.12. 6 with 2 with 1 6 with 4. The early pick 4s were $225.50. And there they go. Slow starts, a Dock Advantage and Central Love. Quick starts, Ginzu Warrior and Shanty Shack, and Wind Giants up close to the action. Crypto Causeway comes away running in 4th. Then Central Love, Dock Advantage, and Empire Ride is the last of 7. And Ginzu Warriors making the pace all by himself. Opens up better than 2 to Shanty Shack. Central Love's up close from 3rd along the rail. Wind Giant has a nice stride in 4th from the outside. And he's 4 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length or so to Crypto Causeway. Another 2.5. Dock Advantage. 3 clear of Empire Ride. 24 3/5. Ginzu Warrior all alone with the lead at the 5/8. Building up 3 lengths. In the 2nd spot is Shanty Shack. Wind Giant continues with his nice stride in the clear from 3rd. Central Love has the 4th spot, then Crypto Causeway. Dock Advantage trying to make a quick recovery after the slow start. He's making a middle move, getting within 4.5 of the front. Nothing yet from Empire Ride. They're all chasing. Ginzu Warrior still with 2 lengths. Shanty Shack's been getting a nice trip, and he's making his move. And Wind Giant's also in the battle. He has 3 to find at the 5/16. 2.5 back to Crypto Causeway, Dock Advantage, and Central Love. Nothing from Empire Ride. Ginzu Warrior, Shanty Shack, and Wind Giant's coming with his nice run to the outside. Here comes Wind Giant and Shanty Shack, and they swarm on Ginzu Warrior, and Dock Advantage is trying to make a race out of it to the far outside, and Crypto Causeway's trying to hit his best stride from the rail. Shanty Shack, Dock Advantage, Wind Giant, Shanty Shack, Dock Advantage, Wind Giant, Shanty Shack. 2 in a row, Shanty Shack. Starting in the 6th, we have 3 scratches. 2, 5, and 10. Kong Loves a Fight, Kodiak Brown, and Gray Invasion. 2, 5, and 10, all scratch from race 6. Ready for the race. And there they go. Good start for Honorable Avenue and Co-Conspirator. High tones there, sight unseen. Leo and Royal attends the pace, 5 across the track. Meseta comes away in 6, and Beachside is at the back. High Tone and Leo and Royal, Co-Conspirator right there, 3 abreast. Honorable Avenue with a nice trip in the 4th spot from the far outside. Sight Unseen's amongst the mix. He's in the 5th position, and he's a little less than 3 off the lead. Break of more than 5 lengths to Meseta and Beachside. Co-Conspirator and High Tone and Leo and Royal confidently handled up close from the rail. Honorable Avenue 4 deep up the backstretch at the 5/8, and he's a little less than 2.5 or 3 off the lead. 2.5 or 3 back to Sight Unseen. Let's call him 6 lengths from the front. 3 lengths in front of Meseta and Beachside. Co-Conspirator, Leo and Royal, High Tone. There goes Honorable Avenue making his move to the outside. And Sight Unseen is 6 lengths off the lead. Meseta's 8 lengths from the front. And Beachside's at the back. Co-Conspirator, Leo and Royal. Honorable Avenue comes with his run to the outside. And High Tone is far from finished. He's battling back. The Gray still has a little bit of a look. Co-Conspirator, Leo and Royal has been confidently handled throughout from the rail. Honorable Avenue's had a wide journey. High Tone is 4th and go to Meseta, Sight Unseen and Beachside. And here comes Leo and Royal. Leo and Royal's up to the front. Co-Conspirator is 2nd and Honorable Avenue is 3rd. And then go to High Tone, Beachside, and Meseta. Leo and Royal's the leader near the 16th. Co-Conspirator is trying to battle back. Honorable Avenue is 3rd. Leo and Royal all aboard at 1 to 9. Co-Conspirator was 2nd. Honorable Avenue was 3rd. And Beachside ran the Barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. And race 6 is official, 1786. The double $318 miss with Mommy's Jewel. Mommy's Jewel, unfortunately, is out of the race. And it's Gimme the Money with the lead. And from the inside is Kierkegaard, and CJ's Grand Slam comes away running in 3rd. Waheel shares 4th with Devious Banker, and Can't Beat Me is at the back. So they race to the far turn run. Gimme the Money and Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard puts his head in front. CJ's Grand Slam trying to win from off the pace in the clear, launching his charge. Here's CJ's Grand Slam 3 deep. Gimme the Money from between runners. Kierkegaard from the rail. It's a break of 5 or 6 lengths to Devious Banker, Waheel, and Can't Beat Me. CJ's Grand Slam. Gimme the Money from between runners. Kierkegaard from the rail. And CJ's Grand Slam has come away with the lead. And Gimme the Money's back to 2nd. Kierkegaard's back to 3rd. Then Devious Banker. Can't Beat Me to the far outside. Waheel up the inside. CJ's Grand Slam. Gimme the Money's coming back. CJ's Grand Slam. Gimme the Money. Kierkegaard's re-rallying from the rail. CJ's Grand Slam. Gimme the Money and Kierkegaard. Here's Gimme the Money and Kierkegaard. Gimme the Money. Gimme. And race 7 is official. 7246, the double 17, $30.60. A 72 exacta, $88. 724 trifecta, $104. And there they go. Flattery's Music is quickly in the stride with Boxton and Board and Isle Storm. Bayou Melody showing pace with Betty Smile. Lady Jean's forwardly placed in. Sweet Invasion. In Traffic is 3rd last. Sassy Melissa 2nd last, and Sabrine's at the back. And Isle Store makes the pace, and she has almost a length advantage to Flattery's Music and Lady Jean's 3 deep. Boxton and Board is 4 wide. Betty Smile with that inside stocking trip, claiming the 4th spot, 3 to find at the 3/8. It's a break of 3 lengths to Bayou Melody, who's closing in within Traffic. They get away from Sweet Invasion. Sabrine's trying to pick up her best ride inside of Sassy Melissa. In the meantime, Flattery's Music comes away with the lead. Isle Storm fighting for 2nd with Lady Jean. Betty Smiles trying to re-rally along the inside. Bayou Melody has a little bit of a look, getting within 4 lengths near the 8th pole. Flattery's Music has the lead in deep stretch. Lady Jean's chasing her all the way to the wire. Here comes Lady Jean after Flattery's Music, who's getting a little tired. Flattery's Music and Lady Jean. Flattery's Music and Lady Jean. Flattery's Music. I think she hung on. It's tight. Lady for 6814, $98.80. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Tuesday opener in about 44 minutes at 1:15. 8 races, a good racetrack. It's currently sealed. We have a 2-day pick 6 carryover starting in the third race, $3,366. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes in the opener. An additional workout 6, Take the Edge, 5th of October here at Finger Lakes. Fast track that morning, half-mile move. 50.30 seconds of breezing. Race 1 will begin the early double and the early pick 4. The early pick 3 will get underway in race 2. No changes in the second race. Pick 6 starts in the third. Once again, $3,366 2-day pick 6 carryover, $1 minimum wager. Old school traditional style pick 6 here at Finger Lakes. In race 3, scratch 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. 6 Hot Rod Lincoln out of the third. 1 Oliver with a twist, Caber-Coa, new jockey. Caber-Coa, 1 Oliver with a twist in the third. Jose Baez inactive this afternoon. In the fourth race, Caber-Coa, 2, Grit and Glory. Jockey change 2, Grit and Glory, new jockey, Caber-Coa. Pick 5 gets underway in race 4. Late pick 4 starts in the fifth race. Jockey change 2, 2-color map. Louis Perez, 2, 2-color map in race 5. Let's go to the 6th. Our late pick 3 starts in race 6. Scratch 3, Let's Maga. 3, Let's Maga out of race 6. 7th race. Race 7 begins our late daily double. No changes. 7th race is clear of change. Let's go to the Tuesday nightcap, the 8th and final. Scratch 3, Gonna Be Dancing. 3, Gonna Be Dancing. Scratch from the nightcap. Number 8, Adios Dinero. 4 pounds over. Good racetrack. It's currently sealed. We'll start the day in about 42 minutes. Have a great Tuesday. Up next, Dave Mattias. Quick note, they are opening up the racetrack. Our label remains good. However, the racetrack is currently being harrowed.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Getting some wet weather now. Of course, it's been a little bit colder the last couple days than it's been. I mean, we had the nice weather last week in the 80s. Now we're getting the clouds and the rain and the fall, October-like cold weather. Well, right now we got a track condition as good as it is currently a light rain outside. What's coming up? Well, we got live racing tomorrow. Again, obviously Monday through Wednesday, but next week, I mean, we just drew yesterday for the 2 stakes races on Monday. We moved the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes till Monday. We also got the big race, the Futurity. It does have a purse over $160,000 for those 2-year-old New York breds. And, of course, we're going to get some who's who in horse racing coming here as well. We got both the Ortiz brothers will be here, Irad and Jose Ortiz. Remember, the horses in the Aspirant Stakes that ran 2nd and 3rd, talking about Tall Paul and Trust Fund. Of course, Trust Fund was 2nd. Tall Paul was 3rd. That was Bob Baffert with Tall Paul, and of course Todd Pletcher with Trust Fund. The winner's not coming back in the Aspirant, but the second and third place horses were, and the point is that all three of them were in that photo together anyway. They're all about equal. They'll be back on Monday for the Futurity. A couple other good ones in there as well. We also have the Leon Reed, mentioned that one. That's a 6-furlong sprint for the older males, and you got Flying Emperor, always a consistent horse is Flying Emperor, stakes winner. Ladies Golden Guy, same thing, consistent horse, stakes winner. The new face in the group is Jack and Bernie. Horses won 3 in a row. He'll get class tests. That's another one for Deborah Breed. Will be in the Leon Reed. So quite a day of racing coming up Monday. Of course, we still got live racing tomorrow as well. We got 9 races. We got 8 races tomorrow, then 9 races on Monday, including those 2 stakes. We're also going to welcome back jockey Andre Worry. Remember, he got hurt earlier in the season. Good to see. He will be back in the saddle on Monday. We're still waiting for him to get cleared officially, but he is listed to ride on Monday. Well, look at today's card. First race, $5,000 claimer. Looks like it's split with race number 3. So you got the same condition, first and third. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in the first. Well, looking at the board, it looks like That's My Business is taking a lot of early play. Yeah, horse won two and got a second the last 3. A little tougher today. You know, hopefully the 8 weeks long can break through. I know the horse has got a lot of seconds without a victory at the distance. Got only the 2 wins for the Never Won 3 condition, but this is one of the easier fields that he's faced. And the one race he did face the similar easier field was on September 13th, and kind of a rough trip that day. Had the bad start, never really in it. Last time it was a good bounce back effort, and Beach Walk, let's face it, that one moved at the right time. I should say bench walk. I don't know why I always call that a beach walk. I mean, you'd rather take a beach walk than a bench walk. But 8 weeks long, still ran well. I mean, they weren't going to beat the winner. Just a case of that horse was sharp, moved at the right time, 8 weeks long, and to settle for second. Logical horse, I thought, in here, although I see a lot of early play on the 2. The 3 horse, Make It in New York, got to be better than what he showed last time. This horse has been facing tougher, and I think the routes got to help. I mean, this horse was running primarily routes in the past, even this summer, where the numbers are better than most of these. Well, recently he's been running sprint races, did have a second place finish behind CJ's Grand Slam. That wasn't that long ago in August, but the last 2 efforts weren't as good, including when he dropped in class last time, but it's also 6 furlongs. This horse is a little better going a route. Hasn't shown enough the last couple of races to say, well, you can pick this horse on top. I would think you'd have to use the horse, though, off of the recent efforts. We'll see. See Jose Rohina picking up some mounts from John Davila today. Make It in New York second. I got That's My Business. Yeah, it looks like going to be the favorite in here. Taking some early play. Looked sharp at victory last time. Then you got to look at who he beat. I mean, Lorenzen's running later today. Guess he could go to school on that one. I guess if That's My Business wins, you're going to like Lorenzen that much more. But I didn't think that was that tough a field that he beat that day. But he did break his maiden at the 11-9 level, and he did break it convincingly. This will be a little tested tomorrow. Numbers-wise, these horses are a little tougher than the ones that he beat, and of course still have to handle the good racetrack. But those seem like the main 3. I would say the 5, 3, and 2 of the 6-horse field. Of course, that's half of them. And Take the Edge would be the other one. I don't really like the post, but he's close with these horses over the last few starts. So those are numbers for me in the first. 5, 3, 2, 6. Yeah, let's say Rafael Rohina had 2 wins. Yeah, had a few jockeys with 2 wins yesterday. You had Kevin Navarro, Keeper Koa, and Rafael Rohina. I was going to mention Kevin Navarro when I saw his name there, and then, of course, Rafael's having some good days. Michael Sabine, the trainer, had a big day yesterday. He had 2 wins. Finished it up with Flattery's Music. That one able to hold on this time. Congratulations to him with a 2-win day. Maiden race is the second for Fillies and Mares. This one goes a distance of 6 furlongs. The tricky thing here, I was looking at the first-time starter in this race. Man, Iced Mocha. I mean, this horse is very well bred. And Michael Stidham had another one he brought in. Starburst was the name of the horse. I mean, that horse ran huge. That was a good one that won that day. So I would think that Ice Mocha could be tough against these horses. It's an interesting spot, though. I mean, this is a horse bred by Windy Leaf Farm. Had a little bit of break in the works between July and September. I guess that would be the only concern. But the Dam's a Half to Twisted Tom, if you remember that one, pretty good one. And you know, this one would cost $120,000 as a 2-year-old. So very well met is Ice Mocha. You know, out of a dam by Go Sapper, you see the Frosted. I mean, the horse is well bred to beat these horses. It's one of those ones that are probably going to just shoot out there and win, or just be an also ran in here. I'd be interested to see how good Ice Mocha does. I don't think the horse deserves 8-1, although we haven't seen the horse run yet. You see him working down at Delaware, but opts to run here. And, you know, makes sense. I mean, the horse is a New York bred. The 6-horse Cozumelican is the one that I went with because there is some question marks about that first-time starter. If you had a race for Ice Mocha, I probably would have picked the horse on top. But the interesting thing with Cozumelican, where she's vulnerable, is she's turning back in distance. A couple routes in a row. She's out of a dam by AP Indy, so you figured she'd probably want to go long more than short. But, I mean, the numbers and the class level that she's been up against is far better than the rest of her rivals in here, depending on what that first-time starter does. The race of the slop wasn't good, though, and I think that's a concern as well. I mean, when she ran the slop at Saratoga, she lost by double-digit lengths. Of course, a lot of them did in that race. But, you know, maybe it was a case of just the top 3 finishers laying over the rest of them, because she still beat a few horses in that race. I think there was 9 horses in the race. So I'd give her a shot at here to win the race. It's just a matter of the competition, even though she's turning back. But it's not like she's turning back to 5 furlongs. She's turning back to 3/4. Going to use her on top. Ice Mocha for second. Glory Bound Claire is an interesting one. She's been no worse than 4th in 3 starts. She actually stepped up in class after her debut before the couple fourths, and her last race wasn't bad. She did get beat by a horse at near Wit-lasting speed, but the pace scenario was benefiting that one more. And here's the thing, there isn't a lot of speed in here. I'm interested to see if either of those first-time starters have speed. If they don't, it's going to benefit a horse like Wit-lasting speed, who's in a little tougher, I thought, against this field. The other one I thought the other first-time starter was interesting as well. Maybe not the type of breeding that Ice Mocha has, but Naughty Pumpkin, this is the first foal out of that dam. I have to say Toba Sandy. I mean, it's pretty good breeding in this one. The dam's I have to say Toba Sandy. You remember the Finger Lakes Juvenile Stakes when we had that one? I think, you know, it's a little different now. I think we use the Tin Cup Chalice, or she's a Stone Cold Fox on the girls' side. But this one generally bred to go a little bit further. But I would say that this horse has got a good shot in here to make the number. It's only 7 horses, and not that impressed by what the other ones have done. So he's both firsters, 2nd and 4th in this race. But, yeah, Ice Mocha is an interesting one. Good luck to them. Third race, the 5,000 claimer. This is the race I've mentioned, split with race number 1. So same condition. We scratched a 6 Hot Rod Lincoln, but this was a little bit more difficult as far as from a handicapping angle, who's going to win. I mean, you had a couple races yesterday that were like this. I mean, maybe a couple more horses in the races, but they were wide open, and those are the races that produce long shots. When you look at Finger Lakes racing, some of these races you could just narrow down. It's between these 2 or 3. Some races, yeah, it's anybody. And then you had that race yesterday, and you knew that horse was a little bit vulnerable, the big favorite in there, and it was Rafael Rohina won with a 16-1 shot. Man, what a day that he had. Drossel Diem, I think was the name of the horse. And, of course, Sabine having a couple, mentioned that earlier. But the big thing with the pace here, there isn't a ton of it. I mean, you got some horses that can be close. I would expect a slow pace around 50. The off-track may matter with these type of horses. Yeah, I mean, you got a couple of drop-downs. Neither one of them like to win. I mean, you got Interstate and What's by Category. Interstate's got a lot of seconds. What's by Category has broken some hearts. I mean, this horse has got 11 seconds with only 2 wins. One thing you can say about What's by Category, though, the 2 wins that What's by Category has were both performed on off track. So that might be something to go in his corner. I do like Interstate's last race, though. I mean, Interstate woke up a little bit in a sense, or maybe just responded to the drop, but I think he still woke up a little bit with a better effort. I mean, that was a decent 11-9 race, won by Sight Unseen. The pace wasn't that fast. Sight Unseen took advantage of the pace, going in 50 and 115. Central Love was a decent one that ran second. I know he was up in class, but he's a decent one. Now, Interstate's 0 for on the off track, but it's not like he's got bad numbers on the off track. He just runs second a lot to better horses. Well, this is 5,000, so I think he's got a shot, and I think the race flow might go to his advantage because he's got tactical speed. And if they're at 50, he's going to be either on or near the lead. Maybe Oliver with a twist may hold the rail in front of him, but he's going to be in position at least to be up there with the pace and maybe can hold on in here. I don't love anybody in this third race, but at least I go a little bit of a price. I mean, you got Bert for Little Oscar, who does have all the credentials dropping in class, but the last couple of races aren't as good. So interesting to see what that one does. What's by Category is the morning line favorite, but again, a lot of seconds. Maybe the off track helps that one break through, but he looks like the other one with a drop in class. I basically got 3 drop downs, 1, 2, 3. Interstate, What's by Category, and then the new face, Bert. His numbers are still good enough to beat the rest of them, and he is dropping in class to 5,000. So numbers-wise, it's a really nice spot for him, despite the poor effort last time. You know, he's still trying to close in that race. Did beat a horse, but I mean, it's much tougher competition than what he'll face here at Finger Lakes. I don't know if Oscar Barrera is going to be here. The 7, Mo Danson, I'll throw in for 4th. He did come running a little bit last time behind 8 Weeks Long. Same excuse for the 8 Weeks Long. I mean, bench walk just took off at the right time, and then they were all chasing him at that point. We kind of worked with the entry mate. They sent the entry mate to the front end. That one doesn't want to be on the front. As he came back, the other one made the move. It's actually a nice tactics for bench walk that got the victory. But Mo Danson, it wasn't like he got tired at all, and it wasn't like he didn't run a good race. He was chasing a little bit and actually making up a little bit of ground in the last stages of that race. So I could see him making a move here. And another one that's totally not out of this third race, which seems to be pretty wide open for a 6-horse field. It's not really, I don't think I can eliminate any of them in this. There's always that one race a day where, man, any of the 6 could, depending on the trips. When they're all equally matched like that, it does come down to who gets the trips. And the drop downs that look the best in there, you know, a lot of seconds between them. I think it was like 19 seconds between Interstate and What's My Category. Yeah, 11 and 8. The 4th race, a 5,000 claimer. This one goes a distance of 1 mile and a 16th. Yeah, the opposite issues. I got closers in this race, so I got to hope for, you know, maybe a little pace up front. An interesting racetrack yesterday, by the way. You know, it's going to change with the moisture, but it seemed like, you know, you look at most of the races, outside speed stalker types won most of the races. Usually means the rail's not so good, but yet you still had a little bit of a speed variant there. But it was an interesting track that seemed to be a little bit of the trend, that speed off of the rail won a lot of the races yesterday. Probably going to change today with the off track and all the rain that we got last night. Didn't seem like a lot, but enough to change the track condition. But Thank You isn't bad on an off track. I know he's 1 for 19, but he's 8 for 19 in the top 3. He's now at age 11. I think he's better than these horses. My only concern with Thank You is the layoff since July. The horse has been off a little while. He's older, and sometimes they're not as sharp coming off of the break and may need a race. That would be the only thing. I think he's been against a little bit better competition in some of those races. I think those the distance series type races that he's out of. But last year his numbers are good enough, and he has run well fresh in the past. So go with him on top. Easy Shot, logical horse. You know, when Mandatory Payout was the best, I mean, Mandatory Payout always gets off slow, but he's better than those horses if he comes rolling late. And he went by Easy Shot. Easy Shot kind of lost interest as that one kind of brushed by him, and he ended up settling for third. Maybe he would have got second, but the pace wasn't that fast. Duck Pond Road actually took off after going really slow early. They went 114 for the 3/4 and actually opened up a little bit at the end, and then they caught him. Like I said, the deeper closer, Mandatory, went past Easy Shot. I think it's a different pace scenario here, which might help horses like Easy Shot and Thank You, because you do have Grit and Glory as the inside speed, and you got maybe Ring Good or Flat Bill keeping that one honest, but you know that might get a little pace scenario for Easy Shot, who kind of got forced chasing a little bit, making an earlier move than Mandatory Payout did in that race. Grit and Glory does look like the inside speed. He's going to be my long shot in here to be in the top three, because this horse is 12-1 morning line and went off 23-1 last time. That was at Presque Isle, though. You look at the Finger Lakes races, this horse isn't that badly beaten against arguably tougher fields than this one. So if inside speed's a little better today, I would think Grit and Glory deserves a chance at here. And he does have a win on and off track. Now, he's had a lot of starts. I mean, he's only at age 7, but you know he's also got a little bit of back class in there. He's faster than Flat Bill and Ring Good is early, so I would expect him to be on the lead as far as he goes. I mean, Duck Pond Road, I mean, that one is not going to be on the lead if Grit and Glory shows his usual speed. That's another one and there is some speed in here, but I thought Grit and Glory got a little different type of speed than the other three do, and he might be able to sustain that speed for quite some time. I will throw in Flat Bill for fourth. He woke up a little bit last time, and it may have been a case that he was just close up to a slow pace. It was a short 5-horse field that there was absolutely no speed in there. I mean, there was no speed, but that pace ended up being ridiculous. I mean, they went 51 and 116. Not sure what the other horses were doing in there, but Macedo was the one who took advantage of it, and he figured to be the main speed. I didn't figure him to go that slow, but they took everybody else out of the race. So there's positives and negatives in that sense that, you know, the positives is that he did run better. The negative is he probably ran better because of the pace, and a couple of the other horses fell asleep back there. 4-3-2-6 in the fourth. Fifth race starts the late pick 4. Yeah, I mean, She Speaks Well number-wise, should be able to beat this field. I mean, you know, it's low-profile connection, so maybe that's why the horse isn't the favorite morning line. I would think that numbers-wise, if you took the last 2 starts of this horse and the numbers that he's put up in an allowance race, 11-9, and then you put Chris Aguilar listed as a trainer, or Mike Ferraro listed as a trainer, horse will be listed at 3-5. So, I mean, I think that's the reason why the horse isn't a big favorite morning line. He should be. He should be. And he deserves the respect to be. And the only win is on an off track for She Speaks Well. Now, it is a scary drop, though. I mean, you're going all the way to the bottom out of an allowance race, but he's supposed to win here. And I'm going to use him on top. Good luck to Ed Baver and Stephen Frett. Always good to see Stephen Frett do well. Interesting long shot is the one. Remember Normandy. Remember, he broke his maiden when he added the blinkers. Ray Gutierrez sent him to the front end, and the horse just kept going. So he does like to be in the race a little bit more with the blinkers, but last time went a little too quick and ended up fading in that race. And I think that was just the case. I mean, the horse was a little bit aggressive that day and faded. It's not like he was that badly beaten against the 11-9s. He is supposed to run better against the 5,000s than what he did last time, but I'd give him another chance. Yeah, he draws the inside, and again, he keeps the blinkers on, and this is 5,000. So if you could forgive the last effort for Remember Normandy, you obviously could use them today, and maybe it was a case of getting out there a little bit too quick. The 7, Lorenzen, ran well. He's getting closer. I guess it's one of those horses that keeps getting closer. We'll see how That's My Business does today, because That's My Business beating Lorenzen, it's kind of, you'd want to see Lorenzen probably run before you bet That's My Business. I think that's more like that. So I'm looking up, if everybody's all over That's My Business. But then how good is Lorenzen? So I guess we'll find out Lorenzen until we get to the race. But he ran good. He ran a good second to That's My Business. And they kind of laid over the field at that point. But it wasn't a fast pace. He was up close. He got a nice trip. I don't know if he's going to get the same kind of trip. It's hard not to use him in the top 3 or 4. Up for Adventure, last race wasn't as good. It's hard to bet him on top because he's 1 for 24, and that win wasn't on an off track. But he's a good horse to use underneath, as he always fires. The last race wasn't as good for Up for Adventure, but this time I get to see him making that move at the end and just landing a share. That's what Up for Adventure usually does. 3, 1, 7, 8 in the 5th. Know these horses all too well. 6 race, 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares. 9 winners of 2 races since the date. Scratch to 3, let's MAGA. And that was back and forth this race between Kateri Empire and Smart Broad, and even gave Twice Smitten a chance dropping in class to 5. But with the off track, I'm going to lean towards Kateri Empire. Do I have Joe Cabrera picked twice today? Good luck, Joe. Rafael Rahina had 2 wins yesterday. Why not? But Kateri Empire, yeah, she beat an easier field, but she also beat a horse that was alone on the lead. I mean, Throwing Stones was the main speed that went in 23 and 47. I was impressed that Kateri Empire still went by her and won easily. And now the question was, is Throwing Stones, did that one just not run very well? Or did Kateri Empire really run that well? I guess there's 2 ways to look at that. You know, it's like you watch a football game, did Dallas play that bad or is San Francisco that good? I mean, that's how you got to look at it. But it could be a little of both. But Kateri Empire 5,000 should be tough anyway. But what between Smart Broad, Smart Broad's turning back in distance, should be rolling late at 6 furlongs. Well, maybe lead towards Kateri Empire's the off track. I mean, she's had a little more success on the off track in the past that she actually steps up on it, which maybe lean her direction. That is, if we stay with an off track come the 6th race. Smart Broad is obviously the horse to beat, or the other horse to beat in here. You know, one of the interesting things is she's been going primarily routes. Her earlier sprints this year were at the 11 and 9 level, so this will be the first time sprinting for 5,000. She's going to have some work to do, though, because in sprints she's going to come from off the pace. There is some speed in here with Investment Grade trying to clear Funny Pursuit on the inside, and she probably does. It's just a matter of how fast they go for 6 furlongs. I would expect Smart Broad to be closing late. She hasn't had a lot of, she doesn't have any wins at the distance, but she's got a lot of top 3 finishes. So it's not like she doesn't like the distance. 13 for 16 in the top 3 at the distance? So that's an interesting stat to not have a win at the distance. Maybe it's her running style that it ends up like that. Twice Smitten is the tricky read. She was claimed for 10,000. Then she came here in June and didn't fire at all. Took a break and didn't fire at all. So where is Twice Smitten right now? She drops again off of the dismal effort last time. And, you know, if she runs better, she's going to win at 5,000. But that's a really tricky read when she's run horribly twice since coming back off the claim. I don't know what you do with Twice Smitten, but if she runs her race, she's going to be awfully tough in here. They'll throw in Christmas Dinner for 4th. She does like an off track, so that moves her up a little bit. You know, maybe she moves up a little better than that and is finishing 2nd or 3rd. Maybe she finished ahead of Twice Smitten in here, but the off track does move her up, and she hasn't run as well, though, the last couple of races. Not sure what's going on with her, because earlier in the year she was running better. But she has been a little inconsistent in the form before. But when she's on her game and she gets the right kind of trip, she can win. And again, the off track might get her a chance to get the upset in race number 6. Okay, 7th race. 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Never liked taking this horse on top over the last couple seasons because seems like she's getting more and more seconds over the last couple years. And again, some of that is her running style. Talk about treat her like Star. She sits back with that stalking style. If they're going slow up front, she doesn't pass them. If they're going up fast up front, she gets out rallied by someone behind her. So that happens when you're the stalker type that treat her like Star is, but she's still running well. And numbers-wise, I just think she's a better horse than these horses. And keep in mind, we're starting to get into that Michael S. Ferraro time of year. Mr. October and Mr. November we'll call Michael S. Ferraro, because in the past, I mean, a lot of the times he'll drop them and they win, but he just wins races towards the end of the year. And this one can lay close. I mean, you got a race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it. Figure La Lima or Cat Glasses Kathy may flash some speed, but I would think Treat Her Like Star actually has enough back class and natural speed to be up close that she can win here. Now, La Lima's the interesting one, because you got to think that she needed that last race coming off the layoff, and she actually ran pretty well. She actually took a lot of money. I thought Comfortable Cat should have been the favorite and horse to beat, and she was. I mean, Comfortable Cat was the one that controlled the pace and was lone speed and was supposed to win and did win. But La Lima actually ran a pretty good race considering the 11-month layoff. And you would think that she probably can move forward from that race, and that might be all that she'll need to do to win here. Got to be considered second start off of that long layoff. The 3-horse Cat Glasses Kathy, she always fires, doesn't win an awful lot, but she does fire. And this is her best distance. 3 of her 4 wins have been at the distance. And the interesting thing with Cat Glasses Kathy, you know, overall she doesn't have a lot of wins, but she does hit the board somewhat against the 5,000 claimers. And her better efforts this year have been over sealed racetracks. That's interesting, because what are we going to get today? Probably a sealed racetrack come the 7th race. Maybe that's an advantage of Cat Glasses Kathy. I didn't think she ran that well last time, though. You know, the race did fall apart, but it wasn't like they went that fast. She stayed up close, and she had to. Her running style, you know, sometimes you're running a certain rate that you're going to be up closer when they go 47 and a couple lengths back when they're 46. So she's that type of horse that she just runs her race, and she did. And she ended up 4th. It wasn't like she was that badly beaten, but you know, she's always right there, and maybe the sealed off track might move her up a little bit. I'll go with the 4 Subsidiary for 4th. Logical horse to make the number, but she doesn't win going 6 furlongs. With a good second last time behind Comfortable Cat, but it might have also been her positioning too. Again, there wasn't a lot of speed in that race, and she was right in position behind Comfortable Cat to just kind of follow the leader. But plays here, 1, 5, 3, 4. It might be a similar pace in race number 7 without any true speed types. Last race, Scratch the 3, Gonna Be Dancing. Same type of thing. I would expect Hangout to be on the lead in here. Maybe Smart Storm will be the other one, kind of the pace partner, or at least up close with Hangout. I think Hangout might actually land a share in this race as a long shot, but the tricky one is Color Commish. Big turn back in distance. You know, he got caught chasing last time. Ginsu Warrior shot out there with a loose on the lead, and everybody's chasing, and you could tell he's on the rail, just trying to get after that horse, and the horse isn't coming back. Not till the last few strides, when he looks for competition, that he did come back. The other thing with Color Commish, he was a little fractious before the start of that race, so he may have run a little bit of that race before that. I don't know about the 6 furlongs with Color Commish, but you got to think the drop's got to help. Persistent Danger, the same thing. Big drop in Class to 5 after running against allowance horses, but he has been off since May. The 7, Kobe's Legacy, should be closing for a share, and then the 2, Hangout, is the speed. Maybe that one could hold on for 4th. Those are my picks today. Good luck with your selections and your wagers. Remember, pick 5 starts in the 4th. Pick 6 starts in race number 3. That's a $1 pick 6. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Got 8 races tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. See you then.
Coming onto the track for the Tuesday opener, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races, $5,000 claimers. Let's meet the group. Number 1, Cristiano's Dream, Michael Davila Jr. 2, That's My Business, Emmanuel Di Diego, the big favorite at even money, gunning for 2 in a row and 3 out of 4. 3 is Make It in New York, Jose Rojina. On to the 4 Navy pair, Heeman Harkey. 5 is 8 weeks long, Louis Perez, second choice 5-2. And the 6 is Take the Edge with Kevin Navarro. 6 Take the Edge has an additional workout. 5th of October here at Finger Lakes, fast track that morning, half mile, 50.30 seconds, breezing. We have a good racetrack. It has been harrowed. Race 1 will begin the early double, the early pick 4, a little more than 3 minutes until the Tuesday card gets underway. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Tuesday opener. A field of 6 $5,000 claimers. All of the money with the 2, That's My Business. He's the sharp horse. I'm going to make him my 3rd pick. How about the 5, 8 weeks long? 8 weeks long. Will be making his 3rd start after a brief vacation. He was away for a couple of months. Came back with an even-placed 5th place finish on the 13th of September. Came back relatively quick and ran a much improved 2nd. This will be his 3rd start in the form cycle. Ran some races at Tampa that would make him very competitive, although they were over the turf course. That race at the bottom of the paper on the 19th of February on the turf course. That was a very good race against 16,000 and 3Ls. Thought he ran a decent distant 2nd to Jacoba in his initial look here at Finger Lakes. Figured this is his best chance to succeed this afternoon. 3rd start in the form cycle. Should be primed and ready to run a big effort. I'll give him my top pick. He's 5-2. 6 Take the Edge. I looked at him. You know, he finished in front of my top pick on the 13th of September. I think 8 weeks long needed that race. Take the Edge had a lot of racing recency in his corner. They're both pretty similar. Wouldn't surprise me if the 6 steps up with a big run. Kevin Navarro riding for the 2nd consecutive time. Kevin got a lot of run out of him on the 13th of September. I like the spacing. I'll give Eddie Babcock a lot of credit here. Good spacing, giving him almost a month off with a nice maintenance move in between. Let's see if Take the Edge can run a good race at a good price of 9-2. 2, That's My Business makes all the sense. He's the sharpest horse in the race. Although if you look at his running time on the 26th of September, he is 3 lengths slower than 8 weeks long. He did run a very good race when he graduated for 11. You know, time is somewhat irrelevant. He kind of toyed with that competition, handling Lorenzen with a lot more ease than the length would suggest. He's very sharp. He makes a lot of sense. He's run some good races against maiden special weights. The others can't really say that. Not sure about 8 weeks long what he ran against when he was younger. That's My Business in a good spot to continue his good form. And then the 3, Make It in New York. I've always thought this horse was maybe a little bit better of a sprinter, but I'll say this, at this $5,000 N3L level, he probably has a good chance to give a good account of himself going the 2 turns. Look at his race back on the 7th of September last year when he runs a very credible 3rd behind Jumpster and Lucky Manny. Both of them would be quite formidable in this spot. And if you look at Make It in New York's company lines, they're pretty good. You see Reiner, you see Jitter Juice, Bustin Pietra, CJ's Grand Slam, Noble Journey. Those horses tower over this level of competition. He is currently at 5-1. 5, 6, 2, 3 for me in our Tuesday opener. An 8 race card with a good racetrack. Little more than a minute until the Tuesday opener. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Number 2, That's My Business. Still the favorite, 8-5. Number 5, 8 weeks long. Second choice at 2-1. A field of 6 to commence the Tuesday card. Cristiano's Dream will be the first of 6 into the gate. That's my business. That's my business. He's the sharp horse in the Tuesday opener. Looking for 2 in a row and 3 out of 4. Others trying to find their form, find their way to the winner's circle, including Make It in New York. He's 5-1. Here's the long shot, Navy Pier. 8 weeks long, solid second choice, and Take the Edge will be the last of 6. 8 weeks long is in. Take the Edge to complete the lineup for the Tuesday opener. Ready for the races. And there they go. Make It in New York is showing pace with the favorite, That's My Business, and Cristiano's Dream. Navy Pier 4 wide, Take the Edge, stuck out there in no man's land, going to try to maneuver over. Now he will save some ground. He's outside of 8 weeks long. So it's Cristiano's Dream with the lead at the 7/8. And from his outside, That's My Business. Not a lot of pace on. Make It in New York is third. The Navy Pair with his wide run. 8 weeks long, under restraint from the rail. Take the Edge covers him. It's a little more than 5 lengths from first to last. Cristiano's Dream at a very slow tempo from the favorite, That's My Business. 25-4. Indeed, they are crawling. Make It in New York, 3 off the leaders near the 5/8. More than a length and a half back to 8 weeks long, trying to gather some momentum up the inside. Navy Pair second last, Take the Edge is the last of all. 2 by 2 by 2 up the Finger Lakes backstretch. Cristiano's Dream, 51 1/5, pressed along by the favorite, That's My Business. 8 weeks long, gets a little closer from third with Make It in New York. Take the Edge is 7 off the lead with Navy Pair. At the 3/8, That's My Business pokes his nose in front of Cristiano's Dream. Make It in New York is 3 wide. 8 weeks long, all dressed up in Sunday's best. Where's he going to go? He has to bide his time. They're at the quarter pole. That's My Business. Make It in New York. 8 weeks long is begging for racing room. Now he finally finds it, going to tip to the grandstand side and come with his run. On the lead, That's My Business. Make It in New York is right there. 8 weeks long has had run, but he had his momentum stalled. Can he overcome the trouble trip? Doesn't look so at the 8th pole. That's My Business kicks clear. That's My Business, the sharp equine in the Tuesday opener, kicking clear and winning the money from Make It in New York. A troubled 8 weeks long. Navy Pier a distant 4th. Soft low in the Tuesday opener to That's My Business was in the perfect spot, pressing a soft pace from a long shot. He got the lead, and he kicked clear powerfully at the 3/16. Number 2, That's My Business, the unofficial winner. Second place 3, Make It in New York. Third place 5, 8 weeks long with that troubled trip. Distant 4th to the 4, Navy Pier. 146 80 100ths the final time. Make sure to hold all tickets. That's my business. 2 in a row, 3 out of 4. A 3-year-old chestnut gelding by a mucho macho man out of the damn old Blue Eyes. Well, by Photos Finish LLC, winning trainer Jeffrey Engelhart, winning jockey, our leading jockey, the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. Winner was bred in Kentucky by West Self. And race 1 is in the books officially. 2-3-5-4. The 2-3 exacta, $16.40. A 2-3-5 trifecta, $8.75. 10-cent super, 2-3-5-4, $13.57. Second race is clear of change. Race 2 will begin the early pick 3. Our second race is in 20 minutes at 1:43.
All right, get ready for race number 2, and that's my business. Able to get out there with Cristiano's Dream when they were going pretty slow up front, and Diego able to guide that one to victory, as the other two in that second tier couldn't quite get to him, and that week's long trying to go through the inside, which just wasn't there. So that's my business. Takes the opener for trainer Jeff Engelhart, went off the post-time favorite. They'll start off the early pick 4 as we go to the second. A couple firsters in this race. One figures to be actually it figures to be the favorite, looking at the double payouts and the early money on the 3 Iced Mocha. Iced Mocha, of course, out of a dam that's a half to Twisted Tom, who was a pretty good one. This one cost $120,000 back as a 2-year-old. Never quite made it to the races as a 2-year-old, and she did take a little bit of a break between July and September with her works at Delaware, and now she arrives here, a New York bred, but obviously a well-met New York bred out of a dam by Ghost Zapper. Again, the dam's a half to Twisted Tom, was a pretty good New York bred up here. So Michael Stidham had another winner earlier this year, brought him in Starburst, pretty good allowance horse that won earlier in the season. Yeah, going to be the favorite right now at odds of even money. Tough to take a favorite as a first-time starter on top. The horse of the one that's run, and the one that I ended up taking on top, is the 6, Cause I'm Elegant. She might have some work to do in here, turning back in distance, but her numbers are far better than the rest of them that have raced. She comes off a top 4 finish in those mile races. Last time going short, she ran second at Saratoga. That should be good enough to beat most of these rivals in this field, and she's at odds of 5-2. She figures to be the second choice in this race. Glory Bound Clara is the inside horse. She finished behind Whitlasting Speed and others, as Whitlasting Speed able to control the pace, and that's going to be a question mark here as far as the pace. Does Naughty Pumpkin or Ice Mocha have any speed? That puts, if they don't, Whitlasting Speed would probably be out there. I'm not sure if that one can beat these horses going 6 furlongs, but it gives her a tactical edge. But maybe with a little bit of pace pressure, Glory Bound Clara may have a little bit better of a shot to close a little ground in this race, and she's a top 3 threat again in here. Mentioned the other firster is the 2 Naughty Pumpkin. This is the first foal out of that dam, one for Grandpa. The dam's a half to Toba Sandy, was a pretty decent one. That one did well here, so Naughty Pumpkin gonna use for 4th in this race. Maybe not as the kind of breeding that the other firster has, Ice Mocha, who's getting all the early action at odds of even money. I went with the 6-3-1 Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in race number 2.
Fillies and mares in race 2, 3-year-olds and up, made in special weight, 6 furlongs. Second race is clear of change. It will commence the early pick 3, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Glory Bound Clara, Jackie Davis. 2 is Naughty Pumpkin, Michael Davila Jr. Next will be number 3, Iced Mocha, Kay Burkoa. 2 and 3 are the debutantes. 4 is chosen by Grace Emmanuel Di Diego, looking to sweep the early double. Next will be number 5, Menali, Kevin Navarro. There's the 6, 'Cause I'm Elegant, Joel Cruz. And the 7 is With Lasting Speed, Rafael Rohina Jr. Second race in a little more than 3 minutes. Fillies and mares in race 2, field of 7, made in special weight sprinting. 3, Iced Mocha, my top pick. Michael Stidham's not here for the fun of it. He's 1 for 1 this season. Brought in a very talented runner named Starburst, who looked good defeating a Banyan Breeze earlier this season. Iced Mocha has some nice workouts, frosted out of a Ghost Zapper mare. They paid a lot of money for this one. She has a 47-4 at Delaware in late June. I will say this, looking a little bit more at this work tab, she did have a lot of inactivity from early July until the middle of September. Good workout on the 22nd. Looks like there is plenty of talent. We will see. She's not here for the fun of it, like I mentioned. I'll make her my top pick. Love the 8-1 on the morning line. Not really in love with the 8-5 current price. 7, With Lasting Speed. She never really gets a lot of respect. She's 7-2. This is about as low as we've seen her this season. She's run some good races. In fact, her last 2 have been noticeably improvement over the previous races on paper. One thing about her, she will be into the race early. That's always good. She'll set the pace. It's not like she flies, so she's going to be forwardly positioned into somewhat of a soft pace, and she should keep on running strong. Rafael Rohina Jr. deserves a lot of props. He's riding as good as I've seen him. A big 2023 for Mr. Rafael Rohina Jr. With Lasting Speed, worth a little bit of a look. Never really gets a lot of respect. 6, 'Cause I'm Elegant, makes a lot of sense, especially if you go back to the race 3 races ago. That race at Saratoga against state-bred 30s would be probably pretty comparable to this spot. A repeat of that race, and she could be one of the players. She does have plenty of foundation in her corner, and she should come running with a nice final quarter of a mile, and the fans are on her. She's currently 2-1. After that, had a little trouble, landed on the 1, Glory Bound Clara. I like some of her races. Her debut run's not too bad. Her recent race, she was closing in nicely to the soft pace. With Lasting Speed, finished just in front of her. Seems to be getting a little bit better with each and every start. She's made gradual improvements from the buyer department. We'll see if that trend continues. I put her in the 4th slot. 3, 7, 6, 1 in race 2, beginning the early pick 3. Little more than a minute until race 2. It's post time for the second race. 7 fillies and mares arriving at the starting gate. Number 3, Iced Mocha, the big favorite, even money. A 6, 'Cause I'm Elegant, 5-2. 7, With Lasting Speed, 3-1 in the wagering. A field of 7. Couple of debutantes, 2 and 3, both debuting. A couple of mares, 4 and 7, chosen by Grayson with Lasting Speed. Let's begin the loading process with Glory Bound Clara. Glory Bound Clara's in with Naughty Pumpkin. Iced Mocha will be next. Caber Koa out of the saddle. Even money for the Michael Stidham trainee. And she is in her respective post. Caber's ready to remount. Here's Chosen by Grace. First start in quite some time. About 23 months away. There's Mentally. 'Cause I'm Elegant will be next. And then With Lasting Speed. Iced Mocha, even money with Lasting Speed, 5-2. 'Cause I'm Elegant, 3-1. Koa finally getting aboard Iced Mocha, back aboard. And then With Lasting Speed to the outside. Ready for the fillies and mares. And there they go. With Lasting Speed. Bounds away from the far outside. But here's Iced Mocha with a nice turn of foot to claim the top spot. And Mentally is showing good pace. She makes a move into the second spot. Actually third, just inside of With Lasting Speed. With Lasting Speed reclaiming the lead. Iced Mocha made a big blitz out of the gate. She will lay second. In third is Mentally, 'Cause I'm Elegant joins her. Glory Bound Clara's fifth against the rail. 5 lengths from the front. About 2.5 to Chosen by Grace, and Naughty Pumpkin is a country mile out of it at the 3/8. 23-1, pretty soft With Lasting Speed, clearing away 2.5 lengths. Iced Mocha wants to set up shop to the outside, and she is re-rallying, and Glory Bound Clara is progressing nicely along the rail. And these three separate by about 5 or 6 lengths to Mentally and 'Cause I'm Elegant. They're going to Chosen by Grace and Naughty Pumpkin. Here's Glory Bound Clara with a nice move up the rail. Iced Mocha to the outside. They swarm on With Lasting Speed. Glory Bound Clara comes away with the lead. Iced Mocha's trying to quicken with her from the outside. With Lasting Speed is staying on. Glory Bound Clara, Iced Mocha re-rallying in the center of the racetrack. Here's Iced Mocha claiming the lead. Iced Mocha, Glory Bound Clara, Iced Mocha. Winning debut for Iced Mocha. Glory Bound Clara second. Then With Lasting Speed, 'Cause I'm Elegant, checked in fourth. Michael Stidham wasn't here for fun. He's 2 for 2 this season. Iced Mocha. Hammered in the wagering, 3-4 prohibitive favorite, 113 and 79/100ths the final time. Pretty good effort from the 1, Glory Bound Clara at a big price. 7 with Lasting Speed third, 4th place 6, 'Cause I'm Elegant, 3-1-7-6 unofficially in race 2. Second race is official. 3-1-7-6. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Iced Mocha, winning a debut for this 3-year-old Gray-Owned filly by Frosted out of the damn chocolate smoothie. Owned by Dare to Dream Stable LLC. Winning trainer Michael Stidham. Winning jockey, our leading jockey, Kay Bracoa. Todd Hyde alerted me of the standings in the jockeys race. I thought Di Diego was clear by a couple of. Not the case. They were both tied after Di Diego's first race victory. Koa reclaiming the top spot with 51 victories this season. What a jockey's race we have. 3-1-7-6 officially in race 2. The 2-3 early double $15.80. A 3-1 exacta $22.80. 3-1-7 trifecta $10.80. 10 cent super 3-1-7-6 $3.90. Quite a jockey's race developing for the final 6 weeks of the season. Kay Bracoa with 51 victories, Emmanuel Di Diego with 50, John Davila Jr. 47, Louis Perez 43, Andre Worry with 38. Andre's rescheduled to join the jockeys race on Monday. Going to be a nice final 6 weeks here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Third race will begin our Tuesday pick 6, our carryover, a 2-day carryover, $3,366. It's a dollar minimum wager, old school style, traditional style, pick 6 here at Finger Lakes. In race 3, scratch 6, Hot Rod Lincoln, 6, Hot Rod Lincoln, scratch from race 3. Kay Bracoa, new jockey 1, Oliver with a twist. Let's go over the changes in the sequence. Kay Bracoa, new jockey 2, Grit and Glory in the 4th race. 5th race 2, 2-color map, new jockey Louis Perez. Race 6, scratch 3, Let's Maga, and then we'll go to the nightcap. And scratch 3 going to be dancing. Best of luck in our Tuesday pick 6, 2-day carryover in excess of $3,300. Our Tuesday pick 6 in a little more than 19 minutes at 2:12. Racetrack upgraded to fast. Our third race will be run over a fast racetrack.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, this is the other division of the 5,000 claimer never won 3 condition. The first one was the first. Looking back at the second, good looking performance from first time starter Ice Mocha. Had the breeding and looked the part as that one got the victory. Looked like the winner all the way throughout the race. Keeper Cole made the early move to stay close and was able to just get by with lasting speed and glory bound Clara. Good looking performance from Ice Mocha. Keeper for trainer Michael Stidham is now 2 for 2. The horses that he sends to Finger Lakes, and that one was well met. They and the horse went off 3-4 in race number 2. Pick 6 starts here, a $1 pick 6 wager. Pretty wide open event for the third race. Is Burt getting a lot of play, but there are a few drop downs in here. You got the 3 Burt, a new face. You got What's My Category dropping to the bottom. That one does finish second a lot. Interstate drops to the bottom, and that one finishes second a lot. So almost like something has to give here. Now, we did just go upgrade to fast. Maybe that was not a good thing for What's My Category, whose both wins have come on and off track. But that one, again, should be tough at 5. Interstate should be tough at 5. Just ran third against the 11-9s last time, and that was over a good racetrack. Got the best last race buyer in the field. Again, doesn't win an awful lot, as he does finish in the top 3 an awful lot, but maybe against the 5,000 claimers, off of the last effort by Interstate, maybe he can break through and get the victory. Should be up close throughout in a race that doesn't have a ton of early speed. Mentioned What's My Category. Again, both wins are on the off track, but his last race finished just behind Interstate. He was bet down to be the favorite. He often is, but he's a tough proposition at the 11-9 level to take as a favorite because he does finish second so often. It's not like he ran that badly. Switches to a veteran rider in Joel Cruz today, and certainly going to be formidable, at least a top 3 threat at the $5,000 level. Again, the 4 Burt has faced a lot tougher. He takes a significant drop in class after not the best effort at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, was running at Saratoga. Again, he's not competitive for the win in those races, but his numbers are still good enough that he matches up with the 5,000 claimer. That's what makes this one tricky. Is he still better than the 5,000 claimers, even though he lost by double digits against the 14,000s last time? Oscar Barrera, the Oscar Barrera III, will send this one in. Burt at odds of 4-1. The 7-horse Mo Danson, he's on the outside. He's got enough tactical speed to stay at least close. He finished 4th in his last start. A horse that was second 8 weeks long ran in 3rd in the first race. Of course, that one did have some trouble. He didn't fire at all the mile and 16th race the race before, but before that he had 2 straight seconds. So he's generally always close at this level. And figures to get a good outside stalking trip in a race that simply doesn't have a ton of early speed for the route. So Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts in the 3rd. We scratch the 6, Hot Rod Lincoln.
Race 3, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races. $5,000 claimer. Scratch 6, Hot Rod Lincoln. Caber Cohen, new jockey 1, Oliver with a twist. Here's Caber and Oliver. Post position 1, Oliver with a twist and Caber Coa. All right, on to the 2, Interstate. Rafael Rojina Jr. 3 is Trisatum, Christian Navarro. Next will be the 4, Bert. Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 2. 5, What's My Category, Joel Cruz. 6 is Scratch, 7, Mo Danson, Louis Perez. Racetrack has been upgraded to fast. 2-day pick 6 carryover in excess of $3,300. $1 minimum wager, little more than 3 minutes until the Tuesday pick 6. A little more than $1,400 of new money in our Tuesday pick 6. You're looking at my top pick to start the sequence, number 5, What's My Category? And you see those front bandages. They were not on in his last 3 races. So front bandages back on. What's My Category? Dropping all the way to the bottom for $5,000. Never been a big win machine. You'll get that a lot with these non-winners of 3 lifetime. They'll get through the second condition, and then they stall with trying to get to that third victory. What's My Category has run some pretty good races. That's validated by the big bankroll. Look at how much money he's made in comparison to his rivals. He's made just under $150,000. Mo Danson with a little more than 61. His nearest competitor would be the 2 Interstate, who's banked just under $93,000. You know, What's My Category has run some big races in his career. I like the efforts against Lucky Manny and Noble Journey, races 2 and 3 back, 3 and 2 back if you want to go correctly. What's My Category? I think it's always been more suited for the added real estate. Both career victories have been when traveling around 2 turns. I guess it's put up or shut up time for What's My Category. This is a field that should be much to his liking. I'll make him my top pick. He's currently 3-1. Didn't know what to make of the 4, Bert. He's on a big class drop this afternoon. Never a positive sign. Just 3 races ago in early August, this horse was claimed for $14,000 by his connections. Couple of dismal performances thereafter. Now we'll stretch out to the 1 mile and 70-yard distance. Both of those races recently were one-turn affairs. A distant 4th when claimed. You know, this horse was good enough to win back in early June at Belmont in a one-turn 1 mile against 25,000 N2L. Boy, early June seems like a long time ago. Now he's in for $5,000 here at Finger Lakes. Bert, my second pick. 2 Interstate, I guess, makes a lot of sense. Kind of like my top pick. He's never been this cheap in his life. Kind of like the second pick also. All 3 of the top 3 picks dropping significantly to the bottom. Interstate has also run some pretty good races. A good effort recently to Sight Unseen. Sight Unseen didn't fare too well yesterday in the first state bred. We're not going to hold that against What's My Category and Interstate. It should be noted that What's My Category was a slight favorite at 2-1 over Interstate. It was 5-2 when they faced off with one another on the 25th of September. Interstate finished a couple of lengths in front of my top selection. Interstate ran a pretty good third 3 races ago to ASAP Restoration. He has some pretty good company lines. You see the New York Derby champion Allure of Money in there, along with Leo and Royal and Octu Lieber. This is a good spot for Interstate. I'll make him my 3rd pick. Definitely one of the players. 5-4-2 in race 3, starting our Tuesday pick 6. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the third race. Tuesday pick 6. $3,300 plus carryover. Not a heck of a lot of new money, a little shy of $2,800. Very wide open wagering event to start the sequence. 2 Interstate 9 to 5. A 5 What's My Category 2 to 1. A 4 Burt 5 to 2. A field of 6 at the gate. Inside 3 are situated. Here is Burt. Feels a little strange to say it that way, but that's his name. What's My Category's next, and Mo Danson will be the last one to load. Pick 6 time. And there they go. Interstate straight to the front. Oliver with a twist shows a little bit of speed from the inside. Trisatum comes away in third. Then What's My Category, Mo Danson, and Burt at the back. Oliver with a twist picking up the pace from Interstate. Trisatum setting up shop from third. Burt strides into the 4th spot. Going to make a bid for third along the rail. What's My Category is in no hurry. Likewise for Mo Danson, who flanks him, and they are about 5.5 or 6 lengths from the front. So they race to the backstretch run. A long shot Oliver with a twist with a narrow lead from Interstate. Trisatum is third. He races outside of Burt. And then we're going to What's My Category, who's inching closer. What's My Category getting within 3 lengths past the 5/8. And it's about 3.5 or 4 to Mo Danson. With the lead, Oliver with the twist. Interstate's been in the perfect spot throughout. Trisatum 3 wide. What's My Category recognizes the soft pace, and he makes his move 4 deep. Burt's back to the 5th spot. Mo Danson now trying to hit his best stride at the back marker. Interstate has the lead. From the outside, What's My Category? Trisatum being pushed on, trying to keep up. Oliver with a twist is back to 4th. Mo Danson and Burt are closing in together. What's My Category and Interstate? Trisatum 3rd. Mo Danson continues with his run to the far outside. Top of the lane at the 3/16. Interstate. What's My Category? They face off with one another. Trisatum 3rd. Mo Danson 4th. Final furlong to travel. Interstate. And What's My Category? Trisatum's trying to crash the party late. Interstate. What's My Category? Interstate. Interstate from What's My Category. Trisatum 3rd. Mo Danson 4th. $146 and 55 100ths the final time. Photo sign is up on the board. Interstate and What's My Category put on a pretty good show for us in race 3. Photo will determine the winner. Two's the winner, Interstate. Second place 5, What's My Category? Third place 3, Trisatum. Fourth place 7, Mo Danson. Hey fans, we have a jockey's objection. Christian Navarro, jockey aboard 3 Trisatum, has lodged objections against both Rafael Rohina Jr., jockey aboard 2 Interstate, and Joel Cruz, jockey aboard 5 What's My Category. The alleged incident occurred near the 3/8 in the vicinity of the 3/8. The stewards are checking it all out. A jockey's objection 3 against both 2 and 5 near the 3/8. In the winner's circle is the unofficial winner, number 2, Interstate. 5-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Frost Giant out of the dam Come On feet. Owned and trained by Joseph Cabrera, winning jockey Rafael Rohina Jr. Winner was bred in New York by David Campbell. Once again, a jockey's objection 3 against both 2 and 5 near the 3/8. Make sure to hold all tickets. No change to the order finish. Stewards felt the incident did not affect the outcome, had no effect to the order of finish, did not affect all placings. Gonna leave it as is, fans. 2537. 2537. No change to the order of finish. Race 3 is official. 2537. The double 3-2, $14.80. A 2-5 exacta, $23.20. 2-5-3 trifecta, $18.62. 10-cent super 2537, $10.47. 25 minutes until the 4th race. 2:48 is the post time. Race 4 will begin our pick 5. Cabercoa, New Jockey 2, Grit and Glory. Big day of racing this Monday. Couple of nice stakes races. The New York Breeders' Futurity. Also the Leon Reed. A 9-race card, a 115 first post. Going to be a great day of racing. That New York Breeders' Futurity, pretty special. Got a lot of the top jockeys coming in from New York. Monday, 1:15, big day of racing, 9-race card, the Leon Reed and the New York Breeders' Futurity. We had a claim from race 3. The winner 2, Interstate, moves to the barn of Arcadio Lopez. New owner Angel Lopez. So Angel Lopez, the new owner. New trainer Arcadio Lopez. The Lopez's claim to Interstate. The winner from race 3.
Coming up on race number 4, no big surprises in the third. Interstate on the drop in class gets a victory over What's My Category, who just likes to finish second. Interstate was ridden by Rafael Rohina Jr. Rafael had 2 wins on yesterday's card. He gets that victory for Jose Cabrera to start off your pick 6. Fourth race, a 5,000 claimer going a mile in the 16th, and this race starts the pick 5, and figure a couple of them are going to get some play with company kept and in good form. The question with Thank You is a little bit of a layoff here. I mean, Thank You has run against tougher. He has run well fresh in the past. He's run a lot, but he's very consistent, often runs well, especially at this bottom level. His last race wasn't so good back in July, but it also was a runaway winner up front, so maybe the race isn't as bad as it looks, and the margin not as bad as it looks when you got a double-digit winner that day. The problem might be a couple months off and at age 11, but he's just better than these horses, and it does look like he's going to get enough of a pace to chase that he can have some impact in race number 4. Easy Shot's another one that might get a little better pace flow for his run. Just kind of was up a little closer, chased a little more after breaking a little bit slow in that race from the outside, and just got passed by another deeper closer. Well, Mandatory's a deeper closer because he never gets out of the gate, but Easy Shot's always right there, and the right pace flow and the right kind of trip would put that one in the winner's circle. It wasn't like he ran that badly last time. Just kind of flattened out at the end with Mandatory Payout getting a little bit more momentum going in the stretch. The inside speed looks to be the 2. Grit and Glory might have some company here, though. You know, maybe not. He's faster than the other ones, but that'll keep him on. So we'll keep him from really slowing it down when you got Duck Pond Road inside him and then Ringgood on the outside. But he's faster early. Just a matter of how quick he's got to go to keep that lead. He comes back to Finger Lakes, and his Finger Lakes races before going to Presque Isle weren't that bad. I mean, the horses finishing in the number against a little bit tougher fields than this one. His first race at Presque Isle wasn't that bad. Ran a good second that day, but didn't follow it up. So returns to the dirt here at Finger Lakes, and he could be tough to catch if he's able to get out there and control things. The 6-horse Flat Bill ran well last time. I guess the only negative to it was he was just with a very slow pace. They kind of took the rest of the group out of the race when Macetta went 51 and 115, and he was right with Macetta, kind of following him in that slow pace. But, you know, tested Macetta a little bit, and neither one of them were really going to get tired with that kind of pace. So he ran well, though. The drop back to 5,000 certainly helped, and he can be formidable in here and be in the top 4 after that performance last time. So the pick 5 starts in the 4th race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available here.
Coming onto the track for race 4, 1 mile and 1/16. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race in the past year. $5,000 claimers. Caber Cohen, new jockey 2, Grit and Glory. Here's the group. 1 Duck Pond Road, Stephen Ferret. 2 Grit and Glory, Caber Coa looking for a riding double. Caber picking up the mount. 3 is Easy Shot, Emmanuel Di Diego and Jeffrey Engelhart looking for doubles apiece. They captured the opener with That's My Business. 4 is Thank You, Louis Perez, current favorite, 5-2. 5 is Star in the Making, Heeman Harkey. Up next will be the 6 Flat Bill, Joel Cruz. And 7 is Ring Good, Christian Navarro. That's the field of 7. Race 4 will begin the Tuesday pick 5. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Pick 5 time on the Tuesday card. $5,000 claimers, non-winners of a race in a year. That being the key with my top pick. That's the 4, Thank You. It's been a while since Thank You's been in against this kind of competition. He's been having to do some heavy lifting this season against some pretty good ones. Fires finale on a couple of occasions. Mr. Larry, an okay game on the 3rd of July over a sealed sloppy racetrack. Pretty good third that day from Thank You. He's never been a big fan of a wet racetrack. 1 for 19 on wet racetracks. So for him to run that good third that day speaks volumes for that effort. It's been away for a couple of months now. Hasn't raced since the end of July. A little bit of a sporadic work tab. Came back to the works on the 15th of August. Missed a month. Now has 3 Steady Eddie works in return. Just the fact that he's in for the non-winners of 1 on the year, I made him my top pick. I'm not in love with him by any means. He's an 11-year-old. And obviously some of his better days are behind him. But the condition fits him to a T, that's for sure. The non-winners of 1 on the year being the key. Thank You. At 3-1. I thought the 7 Ring Good was somewhat intriguing. I've always thought this horse has had a little bit of ability. He's run some decent races. A 4th place finish last year, or early this year, I should say, to Anything Possible. There's a good 4th place finish in the first state bred to Forward Motion. Not a bad effort 3 races ago. Let's look at that race a little bit more in depth. That race puts him right in the thick of this one, that's for sure. He was in contention throughout and just couldn't stay on with the runaway winner. Look at him. He's only a head and a half a length behind both Leo and Royal and Co-Conspirator, the top 2 finishers from yesterday's first state bred. Why isn't Ring Good getting any love in this spot? For his record, 3 for 47. It's been against much, much saltier foes. I think he's in with a little bit of a look at a good price. Always thought this horse had some ability, and today he's placed for success. The 1 Duck Pond Road ran a very good race 2 races ago. Recently disappointed. If he can return to that effort 2 back, that was for non-winners of 1 on the year. That's similar to this condition. He should be forwardly positioned, utilizing his inside post. Give him a little bit of a look. And then the 3 Easy Shot. Easy Shot, kind of like my top selection. Seems like his better days are behind him. You know, once upon a time, this was a horse filled with a lot of past class. He made a ton of money. Him and Thank You have both banked a lot of money in their careers. Good effort recently to mandatory payout in Duck Pond Road. I'll give him a little bit of a look. Pretty contentious race. Flat Bill just ran a very good one. Star in the Making. He hasn't run much this year, but I've seen him run some good races. And then you got Grit and Glory, who should be also amongst the pace. Not the easiest of handicapping assignment. Very contentious. Lukewarm endorsement for the 4. Thank You. The 7 Ring Goods, my intriguing horse on the board at 6-1. Little less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the fourth race, the start of our Tuesday pick 5. Thank You and Flat Bill are both a 2-1. Flat Bill is the current favorite. Solid second place finish in his most recent race. So the fans are jumping back on Flat Bill this afternoon. Duck Pond Road, the first of 7 into the gate. Next will be Grit and Glory. They will be followed by Easy Shot. Thank You, looking for his 13th career victory. That leads the field with victories. Both Star in the Making and Flat Bill have registered 9 recorded trips to the winner's circle. And here comes Star in the Making. He's the big long shot. Flat Bill, 5-2. Thank You, now the favorite at 2-1. And Ring Good, taking a big class drop this afternoon. Ring Good, the last of 7 to the outside. Ready for the Tuesday pick 5. And there they go. Grit and Glory begins the best, and Duck Pond Road is forwardly positioned. Star in the Making also up close to the action, and Ring Good oversees the affair from the far outside. Flat Bill races with Easy Shot, and Thank You, a late runner, as the last of 7. Grit and Glory making the pace from Ring Good. Also there, Star in the Making, Duck Pond Road with a stalking trip, saving ground from the rail. Length and a half to Easy Shot, flanked by Flat Bill. It's about 7 lengths or so to Thank You, who's content to bide his time at the back of the pack. Grit and Glory, Ring Good, 3 deep. Star in the Making, the middleman. They build up better than 3 to Duck Pond Road, flanked by Easy Shot, who's flanked by Flat Bill. Nothing yet from Thank You. He's the distant trailer, 3 by 3 by 1, past the 5/8. Grit and Glory and Ring Good. Star in the Making, third, a length off. It's 2 lengths to Flat Bill, gaining a little ground outside of Easy Shot. Duck Pond Road from the rail. Thank You, yet to gear up. He's the distant trailer. 49-1 for Grit and Glory and Ring Good. Ring Good right alongside of Grit and Glory. They build up 3 to Star in the Making. Easy Shot and Flat Bill begin their bids together. Duck Pond Road's a little even pace to this point. Thank You, yet to gear up. Ring Good pokes his nose in front. Grit and Glory still has something to say. Grit and Glory right back at Ring Good. And here comes Easy Shot. Star in the Making's 4 or 5 wide. Farther out, Flat Bill stuck out there in no man's land. Easy Shot, Grit and Glory, Ring Good. Easy Shot's up to the front at the 8th pole. And he's kicking clear. Flat Bill fights for second with Ring Good and Grit and Glory. Thank You, late on the scene. Minor placing at best. It's all about Easy Shot. Doubles for Di Diego and Jeff Engelhardt. Second place, Flat Bill and Thank You. Ring Good, 4th. Need that photo for second. Got tight on the line between Flat Bill and Thank You. Ring Good once again 4th. No doubt about the winner, Easy Shot. Easy Shot, 3-1. He's the unofficial winner. Got pretty tight on the line for the balance. 149.01, the final running time. Four, Thank You is up for second. Third place, 6, Flat Bill. Fourth place, 7, Ring Good. Easy Shot, his 6th career victory. 7-year-old Bay Gelding by Trap Shot out of the Damn Daddy's Dream Girl. A Photos Finish LLC, Jeffrey Engelhart, Emmanuel Di Diego, Bartender. Doubles all the way around. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Hinkle Farms. All right, the fourth's official 2-3 double, $24.80. Officially 3-4-6-7. That double once again $24.80. 3-4 exacta $43. 3-4-6 trifecta $34.37. 3-4-6-7 10-cent super $20.95. 3-2-3 early pick 3 $17. 2 with 3 with 2 with 3. Check out that early pick 4 combination $69.62. On to the fifth, Louis Perez, two-color map, New Jockey 2, two-color map, Louis Perez, the fifth, starting the late pick 4, 22 minutes away.
11 minutes to post for race number 5, and Easy Shot getting the jump on. Thank you. Actually, didn't matter. Easy Shot was a much the best winner today. Emmanuel Di Diego for trainer Jeff Engelhardt. That starts the pick 5. Actually, his top 2 finishers were pretty decent prices in that 4th race. 5th race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 1 mile and 70. And as you see, the money pretty spread out in this race. No clear-cut favorite. There's a horse that drops sharply in class. She speaks well. Broke his maiden at the $5,000 level, but he did it by double digits. That's after losing to Remember Normandy, where Remember Normandy got loose on the front end in a paceless field. Well, he came back and just crushed the 5,000 maidens on the drop in class. We stepped up to the 11 and 9s and ran into Jinsu Warrior a couple races and better horses. Ran 3rd behind Jinsu Warrior and Over the Cap. That's good enough to beat these horses if he can repeat that effort. His last race, maybe not as good, but it was a well-graded allowance race, and he wasn't too tough. The numbers that he's getting, 61 and 51, pretty much are way better than the rest of these rivals. So he drops big time, and I guess it's kind of a scary drop, dropping to 5,000. His only win is on and off track, and it dried out today. But, yeah, so a tricky situation where she speaks well, but at least you're going to get a little more value with the low-profile connections, as right now he's at odds of 6-1 and does have a little bit of an edge numbers-wise on most of these rivals. Now, the one, remember, Normandy did beat him when he broke his maiden, and he broke his maiden against the maiden special weights. Well, he looked good that day because he just it was good. It was good tactics. They added the blinkers. There was no speed in the race. He had the rail, and they just sent to the front end. Well, nobody passed him. Well, he's not going to get that kind of a pace scenario in any of the other starts against winners. So he dropped to 5 last time, and that time a little too aggressive and faded to lose by double digits. But he lost to That's My Business, who we just saw win earlier today, win the first race. So that makes him look better, makes Lorenzen look a lot better too. Remember Normandy at odds of 5-1. Mentioned Lorenzen. Lorenzen was right there with That's My Business, only lost by a length, tested that one for a lot of the race. But the overall record's concerned if you're back in Lorenza. He's 1 for 48 in his career. Now, he's hit the board a bunch of times. He was running against allowance horses early in his career before dropping to 5 this year. He's been competitive every time against 5,000s, so tough to leave him out of the top 3 or 4. And again, he ran second to a horse that just came back to win earlier today, so he's definitely a threat in this race. Another horse that's good to use underneath would be the 8, Up for Adventure. Jose Rojina taking over for Davila today on his bounce, and this horse often hits the board, doesn't win an awful lot. He's 1 for 24 still in this condition. Last race just didn't fire at all, never really in it, but if you draw a line through the last race, you can use them. But again, he's got to get the right perfect kind of trip if he's going to beat these in this spot. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 7 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for race 5, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. Louis Perez, new jockey number 2, 2-color map. A field of 9 beginning our late pick 4. Here's the Group 1 Remember Normandy, Emmanuel Di Diego. He's looking for 3 on the Tuesday card. Number 2 is 2-color map. Louis Perez picks up the mount. 3, She Speaks Well, Stephen Fred. 4 is Combating, Christian Navarro. Stablemate to the 1 Remember Normandy, Ralphie D trains both the 1 and the 4. 5, Hardly Working, Heeman Harkey. 6 is Stormandy, Kay Berkoa looking for 2. 7 is Lorenzen, the favorite at 2-1 with Jeremias Flores. 8 is Up for Adventure, Jose Rohina. And the 9 is Raw Courage, Michael Davila Jr. That's the group for the 5th, starting our late pick 4. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Late pick 4 time on the Tuesday card. Number 3, She Speaks Well. I'll give this one my top pick. Dropping in for 5. You know, the last time this horse was in for 5 is when he graduated and he won by nearly 15 lengths. It was over a good sealed racetrack. He's run pretty good over fast racetracks. The races 3 and 2 back are both worthy of strong consideration to get to the winner's circle in this affair. A good third to Ginzu Warrior. Ginzu Warrior ran pretty good yesterday. She Speaks Well 3 races ago, right there, 4th behind Sea Tiger and Ginzu Warrior. A little overmatched recently on the 2nd of October. Coming back a little quick, though. A lot of races in a short span. You know how I've talked about that throughout the last couple of years. Still with the class drop. Give this one a little bit of an endorsement for the top pick. Not in love with him by any means, but 7-2. We'll roll with him up top. 7, Lorenzen makes a lot of sense. Lorenzen has finally come back to form since dropping in for $5,000. His last 5 races have resulted in 4 third-place finishes and recently a much-improved 2nd. And the race really comes back strong considering that the winner, That's My Business, looked good winning our Tuesday opener when stepping right up in class. So Lorenzen has a big, big look, and he deserves to be the favorite. A little bit of a look on the 9, Raw Courage, who is stretching out this afternoon. He's dropping to an all-time low. Not a bad effort to 2 back to Gold in Them Hills and Pop Coyer and Busting Credit, finishing 4th in a field of 6. Nothing recently on the 18th of September. Maybe he wakes up here. Never been this cheap. Willing to give him a little bit of a look. And then the 1, Remember Normandy. This horse looked really good graduating 4 races ago against maiden special weight competition. Hasn't done much against winners. I will say this, though, at least he's been into the race. He was a wire-to-wire winner when graduating. Recently he had the lead up the backstretch run. He should be in a good position, saving ground, and Emmanuel Di Diego takes over. And Di Diego's on fire this season, vying for the top jock. Him and Kay Berkoa both with 51 victories apiece. Our 5th race will begin our late pick 4. It's in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the fifth race. Number 3, She Speaks Well at 2-1. The 1, Remember Normandy, and the 7, Lorenzen right there in the wagering, both 5-2. Good sized field of 9 to kickstart the late pick 4. Remember Normandy will be the first one into the starting gate. 1 of a 2 for Ralph D'Alessandro, stablemate to the 4, Combating. All right, here comes 2-color map. Next will be the current favorite, She Speaks Well. Combating moving forward, 1 of the long shots. He is the biggest price on the board at 36-1. Hardly Working. Stormandy. Three to load, Lorenzen, Up for Adventure, and Raw Courage. Raw Courage to the outside. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Stormandy and Hardly Working show pace with Lorenzen. Remember Normandy is there, so too is Up for Adventure. 5-5 for the top spot. 2-color map comes away in 6th, then Raw Courage, She Speaks Well. Big long shot Combating is at the back of the pack. Making the pace is Hardly Working from Remember Normandy, flanked by Stormandy. Lorenzen is in the 4th position. He's 3 wide. Break of at least 2 lengths to Up for Adventure. Another length to 2-color map. About a length and a quarter to Raw Courage. And the last 2 are Combating and She Speaks Well. So Hardly Working has the lead to himself. Heeman, Harkey, and Hardly Working have 3 lengths at the 5/8. From Remember Normandy, Lorenzen's a little less than 4 lengths from the front. 2.5 to Stormandy, another length and a half to Up for Adventure. Raw Courage from the far outside. Combating along the rail is 3rd last. 2-color map is 2nd last. And She Speaks Well is the last of 9. And he has a lot of work to do heading into the turn. 49 seconds, Hardly Working comes back to Remember Normandy and Lorenzen, and Raw Courage is running a big race at a big price. Here he comes 4 wide, and Up for Adventure will follow in his footsteps. Stormandy's a little even paced. A long ways back to She Speaks Well, Combating, and 2-color map. Hardly Working keeps on going. Raw Courage cuts into the margin. Far outside is Up for Adventure. Here comes Raw Courage and Up for Adventure. Raw Courage, Up for Adventure to the far outside. Raw Courage is up to the front at the 8th pole. Up for Adventure has a little look. Remember Normandy tries to fight on. She Speaks Well, too little, too late, a minor placing. Raw Courage and Up for Adventure. Big balloons here in the 5th, 23-1. Raw Courage. Up for Adventure was 2nd. She Speaks Well 3rd. Stormandy 4th for the Super. Nine, Raw Courage at a big number. 23-1, 8 Up for Adventure, another big number. 19-1. This exact is going to be big balloons. Photo for the show, though. 146 and 95 100ths, the final time. Raw Courage at a big number. A 4-year-old a big gelding by declaration of war out of the dam Shayna Lady. Owned by Adil Khan. Winning trainer Julius Ashley. Winning jockey Michael Davila Jr. Raw Courage was bred in New York by Parkland Thoroughbreds. And race 5 is official. Make that 9836. 9836. The 3 She Speaks Well third. Fourth place 6 Stormity. 9836. Big prices here in the 5th. The double 3-9, $121.50. A 9-8 exacta, $712. Check out the big trifecta 983, $1,767.50. 10-cent super 9836, $882.50. And the pick 3, 239, $179.75. On to race 6, scratch number 3, Let's Maga. Race 6 starts our late pick 3 post time in about 22 minutes at 3:50. Big day of racing on Monday with the New York Breeders' Futurity. What a race that's going to be. The second and third place finishers from the Aspirant Trust Fund and Tall Paul are back here at Finger Lakes. Couple of newcomers. What you talking about? Joel Rosario, Wesley Ward, Ice Wine Stables, the 2-1 morning line favorite. Check out the jockeys in the New York Breeders' Futurity Stakes. Jose and Irad Ortiz, Kendrick Carmouche, Manny Franco, Katie Davis, Stephen Frett, and Joel Rosario. What a field in the New York Breeders' Futurity. Our featured event this Monday. We also have a co-featured event, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. 9 races, 115, first post, Monday, New York Breeders' Futurity Day.
I missed a post for race number 6. And yeah, big prices in the 5th as She Speaks Well way out of it, kind of opened the race up. And then it was anybody. Raw Courage getting the trip as the pace collapsed. And that one was the drop down. Made the same drop as She Speaks Well, but didn't get the backing. That one got the victory. Up for Adventure, got a normal top 3 finish. And, man, big numbers for the 5th. We go to the 6th to scratch the 3. Let's MAGA. A couple of the main rivals look to be, Kateri Empire looked good in victory last time. Smart Broad, she's just not quite getting there, but she should be tough at the level. I mean, she's close anyway. Kateri Empire looked good in victory against an easier field last time. Depending on if Throwing Stones, how good she was. I mean, Throwing Stones absolutely controlled the pace as she was expected to do. There was no speed in the race. She was lone speed. She went 23 and 47 as you expected. Thing is, Kateri Empire still passed her and won drawing away. So that's a big effort, even though it's an easier field. She faces tougher here, but she could be on her game right now, and it's got to be one of the main contenders here. And she is getting play at odds of 8-5. The 5 is Smart Broad. She should be closing late with the turn back. She's got 2 straight seconds against decent horses. Ruxton Rocks, that she's got game, ran decent times for those days. But she's back to a sprint. She ran sprints earlier this year, didn't at the board, finished behind Kateri Empire. Those races were 11-9, so this will be the first time this year in a $5,000 sprint for Smart Broad. Looks like she's going to have some work to do. She's got to hope that investment grade backs up, and so do the others chasing that one. So, she's definitely formidable, and she should be in the top 3 if she doesn't find herself with too much to do in this race. And Twice Smitten's a tricky read because she was claimed for $10,000 in New York. Tried allowance horses here in June, caught a sloppy track and didn't fire. She came off the layoff last time, didn't fire. So now she drops to 5,000, second start off the layoff, and it's really tricky. Who knows? Because she should be closer against these 5,000 claimers. If she runs her race that's her last year's form, she's going to beat these. That's a big if, though, with 2 poor races in a row against tougher competition. Of course, we just saw a drop-down win at a big price. She's at odds of 4-1. Christmas Dinner, would have liked her a little more if it's the moisture stayed in the track or if we got some more rain, but we didn't. So she's going to have to do it on a fast track, and she's still okay on a fast racetrack as far as hitting the board. She does step up a little with the off. She ran second at 5.5 furlongs back in August, but her last start wasn't as good. She did find herself on the lead, and not sure if that was the right tactics, as she ended up fading last time. So maybe you can forgive that effort and more of a stalking trip today for Christmas Dinner. The 6th race starts. The late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered. Scratch the 3. Let's MAGA.
7 mares, race 6, a 6-furlong affair, $5,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 races in the past year. Scratch number 3, Let's MAGA, first leg of our late pick 3. Post time in about 4 minutes. There's the field. Number 1, Kateri Empire, Rafael Rohina Jr. and Joe Cabrera looking for doubles. The favorite at 7-5. She's gunning for 2 in a row and her 14th overall. On to the 2, Twice Smitten, Michael Davila Jr. looking for back-to-back winners. 3 has been scratched. 4 is Funny Pursuit, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 3 on the Tuesday card. Next will be the 5, Smart Broad, looking for her 8th career victory. Second choice at 5-2. Her jockey is Jeremias Flores. 6 is Christmas Dinner. She's looking for her 12th career trip to the winner's circle. She will be piloted by Joel Cruz. 7 is Central Capital with Jackie Davis. And the 8 is Investment Grade and Christian Navarro. 7 mares, race 6 in a little more than 3 minutes. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. We just blew it up in race 5, Raw Courage, to start our late pick 4, 23-1. That's going to put a damper into a lot of people's tickets. Raw Courage with a big run. Up for Adventure, a big run. What a big exacta that was from the 5th. Race 6, the 1, Kateri Empire, one of my favorites. She's gunning for 2 in a row in her 14th career score. 4-1 on the morning line was pretty enticing. She is 3-2 on the board. Should get a good, nice stalking trip with her inside post. You know, you get good speed from the far outside with Investment Grade. I could see Kateri Empire getting a favorable trip, saving ground, tipping out, and making the money run. I've always been a big fan of her, and she is the one to beat. Good-looking victory recently. She is coming back quick, though. She's had a lot of races in a short time. She got some good spacing from the 5th of July till the middle of August. Since then, she's been really doing a lot of work in a short span. We'll see if she can continue it. She's the favorite. 6, Christmas Dinner, is a little intriguing at 7-1. She runs big races from time to time. The last race on paper was in early October in 2022. Not a good effort. Before that, she ran a very good 3rd on the 12th of September of 2022. She was 3rd behind Dosage and Mimosas. Dosage and Mimosas has had a big 2023 as a 10-year-old. Christmas Dinner, a 9-year-old looking for her 12th career victory. This fits the pattern. Couple of bad races, then a good race. Couple of bad races, then a good race. Well, she's on that pattern. This should be a good race. A good price for Christmas Dinner. Smart Broad is a logical player, always runs good races. Her last 4 have resulted in a victory, a 3rd, and back-to-back runner-up efforts. Fits very nicely, now going to turn back in distance. I guess the one question would be, is she better around 2 turns than sprinting these days? She's never got into the winner's circle when traveling 6 furlongs according to the daily racing form. 16 starts, 0 for 16 at the 6 furlong distance. However, 13 seconds and thirds, so it's not like she hasn't tried. But that is the question mark. All of her good races recently are around 2 turns. Her best race makes her logical. She's 5-2. And then I looked at the 2, Twice Smitten, who's taking a big class drop. Hasn't done much running since being claimed away from Rob Atris. She had some good races before that. Maybe she wakes up in this spot. Much, much easier competition this afternoon. But she is in against some salty ones. Christmas Dinner, Kateri Empire, Smart Broad. They are very, very nice mares. Our 6th race starting our late pick 3, 7 mares, a couple of minutes until post time. Post time in about a minute. It's post time for race 6. Kateri Empire at 3-2. Smart Broad at 2-1. Good Tote Support 2. Twice Smitten 4-1 in the wagering. Kateri Empire's looking for 2 in a row in her 14th career victory. Rafael Rohina Jr. and Joe Cabrera looking for doubles. They got there earlier with Interstate. Twice Smitten moving forward. Michael Davila Jr. looking for back-to-back winners. Here comes Funny Pursuit. She's the big long shot in this spot. Next will be a Smart Broad. Turning back in distance. Here's Christmas Dinner. Nice 10-1 on the board for Christmas Dinner. She runs some big races from time to time. Here's Central Capital and the Speedy Investment Grade to the outside. Investment Grade will be the last one to load. Ready for the 7 mares. Ready for our late pick 3. And there they go. Quick start, Investment Grade. A Funny Pursuit also quickly into stride. Here's Kateri Empire moving into the 3rd spot. Twice Smitten is vying for the 4th position with Smart Broad and Christmas Dinner. Towards the tail is Central Capital. Investment Grade 3 wide. Funny Pursuit the middle gal. Kateri Empire from the rail. Twice Smitten's on the move 4 deep. Smart Broad's 5 wide. Christmas Dinner 6 wide up the backstretch, a little less than 4 lengths from the leaders, and she's 2.5 for 3 in front of Central Capital. 23 seconds, and here's Kateri Empire from the rail. Investment Grade staying with the speed, 3 wide. Funny Pursuit splits them. Smart Broad's launching her charge, turning back in distance. Twice Smitten to her inside. Christmas Dinner's been getting the worst of it, very deep throughout. Even Central Capital has a look. Look at them bunch up at the top of the lane. And here comes Christmas Dinner to the far outside with Smart Broad. Investment Grade keeps on going. Not today for Kateri Empire. Here's Twice Smitten now picking up her best stride. She looks like the one. Twice Smitten with a big move along the inside up to the front. And it's back-to-back for Michael Davila Jr. Twice Smitten's a good-looking winner. Smart Broad was second, then Investment Grade, and Central Capital checked in 4th to complete the Superfecta. $113 and 67/100ths the final time. Look at this slow-mo at the top of the lane. What a horse race. How good was Twice Smitten? Twice Smitten just powers away in the final furlong. 9-2, a little bit of an upset here with Twice Smitten. Investment Grade ran well in defeat. Looks like Smart Broad gets her for second. I'll let the placing judges sort out that photo for the second spot. The final running time, 113 and 67/100ths. Make sure to hold all tickets. 5 Smart Broad checks in second. Third place 8 Investment Grade. Fourth place 7 Central Capital. Twice smitten, a much the best winner of race 6. It's her 4th career victory, a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Daredevil out of the damn Blue Valentine. Owned by Transfiguration Stable LLC, along with Nakia Hill. Winning trainer Paul Barrow, back-to-back for Michael Davila Jr. The winner was bred in New York by Windy Lee Farm, New York LLC. And race 6 is official, 2587. 9-2 Michael Davila double, $245. 2-5 exacta, $40.80. 2-5-8 trifecta, $69.37. 10-cent super, 2-5-8-7, $64.30. The 7th race is clear of change. Race 7 will start our late daily double. Once again, no changes. 22 minutes away at 4:20.
We're in the paddock for race number 7, and Twice Smitten was a little bit of a tricky read. That one going off of Price, as she's been facing so much tougher, but the last couple races not as good. She drops in class, and talk about being much the best. That horse just drew away easily from that field. Too good for the 5,000 claimer. Again, tough to gauge her, as the last 2 starts weren't that good, but she was on her game today and easily beat those 5,000s. Michael Davila for trainer Paul Barrows. We go to the 7th. Non-winners of a race since the date for fillies and mares. You look at Treat Her Like a Star. She's getting second and third a lot the last couple of seasons, but she did have 2 wins last year. And she had 2 as a second. She had a series of races in October. So she seemed to get a little bit better as the fall hit. But overall, more seconds than victories in 2022. Last race was a good 4th, but again, they didn't really back up to her. They did a 23 first quarter. A little bit of a problem here. Number 1, there isn't a lot of speed in the race. Number 2, she does draw the rail. She should have a chance to get off the rail. The inside hasn't been the place to be the last couple days, but she could still get herself into position up close that she can have some impact in here. Again, there's not a lot of speed in this race as far as who gets out there. I mean, La Lima has showed speed in the past. She's making her second start off of a long, long layoff. Had been off for 11 months, but did run third off of that layoff. Actually took some money, surprisingly, in that race, and ran well, considering that she'd been off so long after running at Mountaineer. Second start over the track, second start off of the long layoff. You may see this horse improve, and improve enough to get the win. And again, her early speed from the outside could be a good asset too, because there isn't a lot of pace in this race. Cat Classes Kathy won't be that far back either. She was close up throughout when they went slow last time. But the thing is, they went slow, but it was still the closer that won the race. The track was a little bit tiring that day on September 12th, but she's been often close the last 3 starts. Figures to, again, today. Her 2 best starts, though, were over a sealed racetrack. And there's Subsidiary. She kind of followed the leader last time. She made an early move to stay close. Comfortable Cat was absolutely lone speed in that race, and she wasn't coming back. Subsidiary actually ran an improved race, and it was smart tactics, too, by Michael Davila to keep her close with that slow pace and to land a share. See if he can follow it up with a good showing here in race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race. You got 9 minutes to post.
8 fillies and mares, race 7, a 6-furlong affair, $5,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race in the past year. No changes to the 7th. It begins our late daily double, little more than 4 minutes until post time. Here's the Group 1 Treat Her Like a Star. Louis Perez, the favorite, 9-5, looking for her 13th career score. Onto the 2 Miss Pab at Jackie Davis. One of 2 fillies. Onto the 3 Cat Glasses Kathy. Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 3. Michael Davila Jr. is looking for 3 in a row. He's in the irons aboard the 4 Subsidiary. There's the other filly, the 5 La Lima, Eamon Harkey. 6 Girl of Toscanova, Christian Navarro. Her stablemate is 7, I'm Gonna Win, Kay Burkoa looking for 2. 6 and 7 trained by Mike Lassesi. And the 8 is Do What It Takes with Jeremias Flores. The 7th race in a little more than 2 minutes. Treat Her Like a Star. Today could be her day. This is a good spot for her. She's been facing better throughout the season. She's eligible for this race because her last victory was on the 4th of October in 2022. And that was a 2-length score over Isle Storm and Heartbustin' Girl. Treat Her Like a Star ran very well in defeat to Fast Fran to start her 23 campaign. A good third to Dosage and Mimosas. A 4th place finish to Boxton and Board as a beaten favorite. She always takes money. She's the favorite on the board at 8-5. This is a good spot for her. Treat Her Like a Star, the one to beat here in the 7th. 3 Cat Glasses Kathy is a pretty good little filly or pretty good little mare in this spot. Her last 3 races have been improved compared to the previous 2 to start her season. Last time out she had the lead at the 8th pole but couldn't seal the deal. She was a beaten favorite. She should be forwardly positioned in this against this group. And she's 3-1, a logical contender. For a Subsidiary, much improvement on the 13th of September. Been tough sledding for Subsidiary here in 2023. A good 3rd place finish to the New Miami against $11,000 competition. Her first look of the season here at Finger Lakes. Last year she was competing at Parks against better competition. I've expected more from her throughout this season. Maybe today she replicates that recent race and comes back with another good one. She's 16-1, a good price for Subsidiary, especially if she continues the recent race improvement. After that, 6 Girl of Toscanova. This will be her 2nd time for $5,000. She's back sprinting. She ran against much better last year. She had a good year in 2022. Boy, what a difference a year makes. Last year she made over $104,000. This year she's made $2,700. We've seen this trend working this afternoon, both in races 5 and 6. Raw Courage was on a big class drop. Twice Smitten was dropping in. Girl of Toscanova making her 2nd start for 5. Her past class makes her worthy of consideration. 1, 3, 4, 6 in the 7th, starting our late daily double. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th race. 8 fillies and mares arriving at the starting gate. First leg of our late daily double. Big favorite along the rail. The one Treat Her Like a Star, 6-5. She's looking for her 13th career victory. 3 Cat Glasses Kathy is the solid second choice, currently 5-2. 8 runners facing up to the gate. And there's the favorite, Treat Her Like a Star. Miss Pab, one of 2 fillies. La Lima, the other filly. Here's the second choice, Cat Glasses Kathy. After her, subsidiary, Michael Davila Jr. looking for a happy hour. He's looking for 3 in a row. The other filly, La Lima. The La Ceci mares. Girl of Toscanova and I'm Gonna Win. And then Victor Dean's Do What It Takes. Even Money, Treat Her Like a Star. Do What It Takes, the last of 8 to the outside. Ready for the late daily double. And there they go. Treat Her Like a Star is showing speed with La Lima, subsidiary, and Cat Glasses Kathy. 4 of them scrimmage for the top spot. Do What It Takes strides into the 5th position. Then Miss Pab, I'm Gonna Win, and Girl of Toscanova. Treat Her Like a Star and Cat Glasses Kathy proved to be the quickest. Subsidiary attends the pace 3 wide. La Lima backs off the pace battle. She's 4th, sharing that spot with both Girl of Toscanova in the 2-path and Miss Pab against the rail. Do What It Takes is second last, 6 from the pace at the 3/8, and it's 2 lengths to I'm Gonna Win. Treat Her Like a Star, subsidiaries into second. Cat Glasses Kathy back to 3rd. Miss Pab makes a move for that spot. Likewise for La Lima from the far outside. Girl of Toscanova, 6 lengths from Treat Her Like a Star, who's going to be tough to beat here. Then we're going to Do What It Takes, and I'm Gonna Win. Treat Her Like a Star with all that past class opening up. Subsidiary holding the 2nd spot. La Lima makes a move for that position. Along the inside is Miss Pab. Girl of Toscanova tries to quicken for a minor placing. No threats to Treat Her Like a Star. Her 13th career victory. La Lima's up for 2nd. And finishing 3rd, subsidiary in a photo with Miss Pab. Very tight for the 3rd spot. $1:14 and 17/100ths the final time. One Treat Her Like a Star. Fit this condition like a glove, and she won pretty easily as the even money favorite. 5 La Lima gets the 2nd spot in the final 16th. It got tight for 3rd between the 4 subsidiary and the 2 Miss Pab. Make sure to hold all tickets. For subsidiary checks in a third, a fourth place number 2, Miss Pab. Thirteenth career victory, treat her like a star, too much class. In her corner, she gets closer and closer to $300,000 in earnings. A 9-year-old dark Bayer Brown mare by Kidden's Joy out of the dam, treat her like a lady. Owned and trained by Michael S. Ferraro, winning jockey the Diamond Man, Louis Perez. New York bred by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey. Seventh's in the books, officially 1-5, a 4-2. 2-1 double, $44.60. 1-5 exact to $26.60. 1-5-4 trifecta, $57.62. 10-cent super, 1-5-4-2, $51.50. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. Scratch number 3 going to be dancing. Number 8, Adios Dinero, 4 pounds over the nightcap in about 24 minutes.
getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card with race number 8. Treater like star didn't take any chances. Louis Perez centered to the front end, and she was able to get off the rail. That was a big thing, and she was just gone. She's better than those horses, and proved it today. Louis Perez for Michael S. Ferraro. Just a reminder, we still have live racing tomorrow. 8 races on the card for the Wednesday card. 1:15 is the first post. Then on Monday, we got 2 stakes races on the same card. It's a 9-race card, but it includes the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. It's a 6-furlong race for older horses, for older sprinters. And the big one, the Futurity, the New York Breeders' Futurity for the 2-year-olds. Turns out to be a couple of good races. Got 2 of the top 3 finishers from the Aspirant Stakes, the 2nd and 3rd horses, including Tall Paul, trained by Bob Baffert. And he also got a Todd Pletcher trainee in there as well with Trusty Fund, who ran 2nd. And you also got a couple of new shooters. You know, Wesley Ward's got a horse in there. It's going to be a real good one. You got both the Ortiz brothers listed to ride the 2nd and 3rd place finisher from the Aspirant Stakes. Figures to be a real good one. That is the New York Breeders' Futurity, $160,000 plus purse on Monday. That's the feature race. I also want to mention Andre Worry listed to ride on Monday. We've been talking about the riders. He's still not completely out of it after the long time off with the injury. Maybe he'll make a run at the rider title anyway. Look at the last. We scratched the 3, Gonna Be Dancing. Yeah, Color Commish, the only question is the post and distance for Color Commish. He's better than most of these rivals. He does have a win going 6 furlongs, and so despite the cutback, he still might be able to win at the 5,000 level. Keep in mind, he's a little fractious before the start last time. It was a much tougher field. He ended up in chase mode when Jinsu Warrior opened up a big lead early, and he was just chasing on the rail and faded at the end. So I would expect a better effort from him. The cutback and the distance, the distance is the issue here, and the post, although the outside isn't too bad as long as you get hung way out there. Color Commish at odds, getting play at 7-5, no surprise there. Persistent Danger is an interesting one on a big drop in class. He takes the most significant drop, dropping out of allowance races. He's been off since May, though, but dropping to 5,000's got to be considered. So his only win was at 6 furlongs. Hit the board twice earlier in the year against allowance horses when Dee's Wise Guy was good at those short sprints. Yeah, it depends on where this horse is right now. If he's still got enough in the tank to beat 5s, even though he's coming off that layoff since May, got to be considered. Drop downs have done good today, and this is another one. We had that one big long shot that was dropping out of allowance race. Twice Smitten was dropping. That one won at a little value at 9-2. The 7 is Kobe's Legacy. Kobe's Legacy not really getting it done, but not badly beaten in the last couple starts. They're not the strongest of fields, but there wasn't much speed in the last race, and he wasn't able to close. Still a closer caught BC Glory Days in that particular race. He's got 3 starts under his belt for 2023, and he seems to be getting a little bit better, but not having much impact. Maybe this is a field, if these drop downs don't have it, he could be the one to pick up the pieces and get the win. Kobe's Legacy currently at odds of 5-1. All right, that's some of the contenders here for the last race on the card. We scratched a 3, Gonna Be Dancing. Reminder, tomorrow we have live racing beginning at 1:15. See you then.
On the track for the Tuesday nightcap, sprinting at 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimer. Scratch 3 going to be dancing. 8 Adios Dinero, now 3 pounds over the weight. Our Tuesday nightcap in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the Group 1 Magic Pro, Cabercoa, looking for his second winner on today's program. Stablemate 1A, Riley B, Jackie Davis, 5-1 for the Angel and Arcadio Lopez duo. 2 is Hangout with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 3, 4 is Smart Storm, Rafael Rojina Jr. looking for a riding double. Next will be number 5, Persistent Danger, Jeremias Flores. 6 is Hutch, Kevin Navarro. 7 is Kobe's Legacy, Jose Rojina. The 8 is Adios Dinero, Juan Diaz, 3 pounds over. Favoritism with 9, Color Commish, 7-5, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 3 on today's program. And completing the post parade, number 10, 30 Oysters with Carlos Camillo. A field of 10, 9 wagering interests. Our Tuesday nightcap in a little more than 4 minutes. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. Be advised, not all combinations are covered in our Elite Pick 4. Pick 5's covered. Pick 6 is not covered. So we have a nice 3-day carryover into the Wednesday program. $5,773.10. Better than $5,700 for tomorrow's Pick 6, 115 first post. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Free programs online. Should be up around 6 o'clock. Let's get through the nightcap. Thought this was a difficult assignment. Yeah, I know Color Commish is the big favorite. Probably have to beat him. I owe it to myself to go fishing here. What about the 6, Hutch? Been on this horse quite a bit. Maybe Walter Downey and John Buckley are like, hey, Kalo, get off Hutch. Too much weight on his back, brother. This horse ran some big races last year. He has not replicated any of his 2-year-old form this season. Therefore, he's in for the $5,000 tag. At least he showed a little bit of pace last time against Better. 3 races ago, he's somewhat forwardly placed. He has a bunch of foundation in his corner. Now he'll be back sprinting. You've got Hangout, who's got good speed. 30 Oysters probably shows an abundant amount of pace. Persistent Danger is fresh. He might want to mix it up a little bit. Who else could possibly go? Adios Dinero has shown some speed in his past. Look at his race 2 back at Monmouth. What I'm getting at is maybe if we get a pace meltdown, here comes Hutch from far off the pace at 8-1. Boy, I know there's a good race still in there. I'm hoping it's today at a nice price. 5 Persistent Danger makes a lot of sense, dropping in for 5. He's been inactive for quite some time. Had a lot of races this winter at Aqueduct, had a race at Penn National, came back here at Finger Lakes. Looked pretty good here to start our season. A good third to Courageous Ola and a good second to D's Wise Guy, both of them at the abbreviated distances of 4.5 and 5 furlongs. Things didn't go his way in late May. He has not been seen since. He comes back to the races, dropping all the way to the bottom. Not sure what to make of that. Not the greatest sign. Rachel Sells doesn't do the greatest with these type of comebackers according to the daily racing form. 61 to 180 days off. Rachel is 0 for 38. Persistent Danger is 3-1. A short price on a horse with some conflicting info. 9 Color Commish obviously makes sense dropping into this $5,000 level. Never been a big fan of any horse who gets claimed for 11 and drops in for 5, especially from Jeremiah Englehart. But at least Maya knows when it's time to throw in the towel, and perhaps that's what he is doing here with Color Commish. This horse's races 2 and 3 back obviously make him the one to beat. Disappointed as an odds-on favorite on the 18th of September. You're going to take another short price on a horse dropping in class. But obviously the races 3 and 2 back make him the horse to beat. What about the 10, 30 Oysters? You know, if Hangout goes crazy up front, 30 Oysters is the horse sitting in a good spot. Not like Hangout. Hangout's kind of intriguing because he is the inside speed, and inside speed is always dangerous, but he hasn't been able to stick around. And maybe 30 Oysters is the horse who could benefit with his outside post, stalking in the clear, and getting first run on some of the late players. The one time this horse was in for 5 when he graduated, he looked good winning. Last time he was good enough to be forwardly placed against better. This is a nice class drop for him. A good outside post, Hangout with speed to his inside. 30 Oysters at a big, big number. I find a little intriguing. 6, 5, 9, 10 for me in our Tuesday nightcap. About a minute until the Tuesday nightcap. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap. Big favorite, as expected, the 9 Keller Commission even money. 5 Persistent Danger, clear cut, second choice 5-2. A lot of value on the board if you get away from both the 9 and the 5. One more race to go on this Tuesday card. 1:15 first post tomorrow. A nice 3-day pick 6 carryover. Better than $5,700. 1:15 first post for the Wednesday card. Hangout the first of 10 into the gate, 9 wagering interests. There's Magic Pro. He has red blinkers. His stablemate Riley B with not blinkers, no blinkers for Riley B. Similar setups, similar silks, just the red blinkers for Magic Pro. Here's Smart Storm. There's Persistent Danger. Hutch. Kobe's Legacy. Adios Dinero. Isn't that the truth? Keller Commission, 30 Oysters. Ready for the nightcap. Smart Storm acting up just a little bit. And there they go. Hutch is showing pace with Persistent Danger. Adios Dinero quickly into stride. 30 Oysters is also there. Smart Storm is amongst the leading group, currently in the 5th spot, sharing that position with the favorite Keller Commish. Hangout not showing pace this afternoon, then with O'Reilly B, Kobe's Legacy, and Magic Pro. Adios Dinero and Hutch. Hutch is into the race early despite turning back in distance. Hutch and Adios Dinero. 30 Oysters is sharing third with Persistent Danger. And here comes the favorite Color Commish. He's in a nice spot heading into the turn. He has momentum, getting within 3 of the 2 leaders midway through the turn. It's a break of at least 4.5 lengths back to Kobe's Legacy. And racing with him is Riley B. They go to Magic Pro, Smart Storm, nothing from Hangout. Here comes Persistent Danger. Here comes Color Commish. They're both committed to wide journeys. Hutch tries to stay on, putting away Adios Dinero. Persistent Danger joins Hutch. Color Commish is there. Persistent Danger and Color Commish. The former stablemate slug it out at the 16th. Color Commish and Persistent Danger. Persistent Danger's up to the task. Persistent Danger in the nightcap from Color Commish. And checking in third was Hutch. And 4th place goes to 30 Oysters at 33-1 for the Superfecta. Persistent Danger and Keller Commish, the former stablemates, put on a good final furlong for us in the Tuesday nightcap. 1 minute 12 and 95/100ths the final time. Photo will determine the winner. Five, Persistent Danger first. 2nd place, 9, Color Commish. 3rd place, 6, Hutch. 4th place, 10, 30 Oysters. Here's Persistent Danger. 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Speightster. Out of the dam, Leo Rene. Owned by Yasiel Saunier and Linda Manfredi. Winning trainer is Rachel Sells. Winning jockey Jeremias Flores. The winner was bred in New York by Hilltop Stables. And the nightcap is official. 5, 9, 6, 10, top 4 finishers. The late double, 1-5, $12.60. A 5-9 exacta, $14.80. 5, 9, 6 trifecta, $11.35. The 10-cent super, 5, 9, 6, 10, $24.27. 2-1-5, a late pick 3, $21.12. 9 with 2 with 1 with 5, our late pick 4, $483. Another big pick 5. Yesterday it was over $6,000. Today's pick 5, $4,272.25. 3 with 9 with 2 with 1 with 5. Once again, that pick 5, $4,272.25. 5 out of 6 in our Tuesday pick 6, $89. A nice 3-day carryover, $5,773.10. Better than $5,700 for tomorrow's 3-day pick 6 carryover. Free programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital programs. Should be up around 6 o'clock. 1:15 tomorrow. Sure hope you had a great Tuesday when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.